Why is it not pushing it to OBS? Oh, there it is. Ah. Little bird. What is this? Oh. Ah, fuck those rewards. Mm. Ah, I think I used this one time. Why are you keep doing that? About to rain. Wake, bing. Ah, stop that. Ah, so this is the barcode. Filter wizard. Why are they doing it in different ways? Fixing low quality screen images. What are you? Oh, come on. I clicked the button. Oh, there's updates. I know there's an update. Stop bitching. Have they changed that? They don't have language. They have changed it. Oh. Could maybe use that one. Okay. What's the difference? Come on, buddy. So is there a difference between those two? What if I do a new one? Create new project. No, we don't want a desktop. We want a console app. Hey, Linux took two. What are we doing today? I think you mean just messing with OCR, image recognition. Or I may also need to update that one. Doom, 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 doom. And apply, accept. Got you. Yeah, autocorrect can be a fucking irritation, man. And I know it's starting to act up. We need to do a space there. No, not space. Enter. Oh, wrong one. And I need to copy that one. And I need to run this one time. And we should get an error. There you go. And do that. There you go, buddy. Now it should work. Okay, now we need to see which one is best. It's the same, so it's using the same libraries and the same settings then. So it just don't matter. So just keep this one here. We can take away. I'm not running Wayland. I'm running Windows. So, yeah. I don't even think my Linux installs are running Wayland. Unless Ubuntu's doing it by default, which I can't remember. Yeah, it's exactly the same. No, it is. It's just stock all Windows. Stock all Windows. I just use something called round as bars. That's not the one. Where is it? Here. Rounded TB. It's just stock standard Windows 11. Yeah, that could probably put you off, yeah. I just like having it because people say you can't customize Windows. I like having it in my videos. Uh-huh. This gives me more I really don't. Image filters, I think, is the one we're looking at. Yeah, I do like the look and feel of Windows 11. I just wish it was way more unified, to be honest. Mm-hmm. Maybe I should make a barcode reader. Is there any barcodes on this? Oh, there is. There is. But if they are the same, I might as well just close that one down. Maybe I should try that. What the fuck? I don't want that youth out there. So that was called 1B1. Getting that one. It's not getting that one. It's getting that one, and then all the chip is down here. Ah, you don't want to play with me. Why? There you go, buddy. If you do this here. So is it only going to read the barcodes or everything? It has to be with a big O. We need the big O's. There you go. Let's see what's happening. Nope, that's the same. Why did that not work? Ah. Let's try this one here and then do some magic. With that one. The joy of auto completion. That makes no sense. So it can't read the barcodes. That's what it's telling me. I need to find an image with barcodes only on it. It had... didn't it have one here? Or was it up here? Images! I need images! Oh, it's all the languages. I can't use that for anything. I'm sure there was a barcode somewhere. Come here. Where are you, barcode? What else? Yeah, is it image filters? Yeah, here it was. Try to save this image. What are you giving it to me as a PL? So if we go into that one, plop that in there. What? That's not a valid barcode then. Nope, not a valid barcode. Fuck me. Let's just find one we can test. That's not a JPEG file. Oh. What about that one? That one? That one? Test image. Let's see if we can find that then. This one here should be a good one. Doink, doink, doink. That looks like a valid one. It's a... Let's save that then. Let's see if that's a valid one. Oh man, I need a barcode scanner at home. So we have that one. Okay, this is a valid barcode. Why is it doing this? Slip PNG warning, ICCP known incorrect. Oh, that's just a whatever. One, two, three, ABC, ABC. So why the fuck can I not read this barcode here? What if I outcomment this one here then? It still read it. For fuck's sake. Or is it just reading the text? Ah. We need to find one with no text underneath it. I'm not building anything, I'm just testing something out. Let's see, what do we have here? Aha! Boink. It helps if I actually click the right button. That's like, you know. I'm really smart, so I don't know how to do that. Let's copy that one. Put that in there. Let's see if it will find anything. No. What if we do this? Still no. Ah. Try barbecue matches use case. I have a feeling that this is not working. Ah, that's also a PNG. Oh. Yeah, replace it. Ah, that's a web file. Oh, well, let's do that anyway. Let's do that anyway. And of course I can't remember which one. So we need that one. We make that over to PNG. AI. So it's finding something. That could be working then. It's still just saying AI, so do I even need that fucking thingy Madusky? Okay, we need to change this. Paint. Oh, that's not good. This could be an issue. What if I open it with GIMP? Come on, GIMP. Okay, that's better. So export as no. Come on. JPEG, where are you? There you are. Export. I hate GIMP. That one, and that's a BA1 JPEG. For fuck's sake, I'm just hitting all the wrong buttons today. Maybe. See, it's not easy when you have a microphone in your face. Yeah, let's try that one. Yeah, it's not giving me any results. But there could be bogus, dubious barcodes that I have. I need to find a barcode that fucking works. What do I have here? What if I do this here? S2. Oh. Yeah, then it's reading the barcodes as lines. That's the one you see out there. Where the fuck is the serial number? It's all the way down there. This is actually a really good picture. Oh, I don't like this underscore here. This one. I'd forgot an I. Let's see if we move that one up there. Oh, wrong button. Doop, 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 doop. Oh, same shit, different day. Is it because I need to install their barcode library? Why do I have Git open? I don't want that. Would it be... Would it be that they have... I think they actually do now, I'm thinking about it. Language... Mac OS and ARM... Financial... OCR, Computer Vision, Linux... Afrikaans... Computer Vision, Mac... This package consists from native dependencies for use with the Iron Software C library. Oh, that's PDF. Irish. Walls. Ancient Greek. Okay. Yeah. They do have a lot of fucking language packages, though. Why are you bitching? This package has been deprecated. Why is there no computer vision library for Windows then? Ah, so this is reading technical documents. Maybe that's the reason why it's not working. Nah. It's all the way from 2020 though. Yeah, computer vision Windows. Yeah, but that's not helping me whatsoever. Because I could use this to talk to a webcam. Oh, that's compute. Oh, here you have it. Fix text region method to auto detect text regions. Yeah. Yeah. Use the text regions method to get cropped areas list where text is detected. So that's not helping me whatsoever. The text regions which contains text elements and instruct TeslaRex to only search for text within that area. Or within the area where text is detected. The text area which contains text elements and divide the page into separate images based on the text regions. Again, not really that fucking useful for what I wanted to do. Still not. Find text region, use computer vision. So all it does is it looks at it looks at it and it just highlight where the text is putting boxes around it. Which is not what I want. Like, it's neat on your phone when you want to see where the text is on a live image, but... Oh, sorry. AI is really stupid. Why can't it just do everything for me? Okay, so that's Hebrew. Okay. What do we have in README here? So this is basically useless then. Fucking OCR. Thinking. Good. You could. How to get text from screenshot. From license plate. Oh, that's what the cops are using nowadays. Done that. To Quay. Oh, they're having a Quay scale also. Yeah, this is exactly how the cops are doing it nowadays with their software. It's just way faster than what we're doing, and they have way better cams. Hey, Gossip's Arts. Yeah, I've been massively busy and sick and busy and just needed to wind down a bit, so I haven't been streaming much lately. Was actually thinking about not streaming today either. Yeah, we have a lot of people at work that's been sick, and I'm like, yay, I didn't catch it. And then yesterday I just was fucking. I felt like I was about to die, and then today I'm like, I can barely, like, I barely feel anything today, other than being a little bit tired. I normally am not sick for that long. I normally like 3 days. The third day I start to get better most of the times. Most of the times, like I'm sick a day, maybe a day and a half, and then I'm well enough to do everything basically. Boop, 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 boop. How is it we're doing that again? I can't remember. Yeah. Yeah, it's it's a little bit crazy. I still can't get used to it, to be honest. I'm a little bit like yeah. What should we call this? Why can't I remember that right now? I did it yesterday. Confidence. Ah. There you go. That should give me a true. Yeah. Yeah, it's it can be good and bad. It's not a program you use if you are really, really new to code. Like, you don't understand anything about coding. Then you stay away from this. Then you just have to stay away from it. What if we do this here then? That should also be true. Yeah. Yeah. This is C sharp. A lot of dots. What is that? Instruction 80. Oh. Why didn't it get these then? But it gets this. It's just fucking. It gets this, but it can't get this one. Ah, it's down here. Yeah, now it's getting confused. This here confuses it. We do have the safety parameters. They are also good. A supply voltage. And that one is okay. I'm actually starting to prefer C# over Python. Python is too loose with everything it does. I spend more time debugging in Python than C#. But there's just one issue is that there's too many things of doing the same thing in C#, which that is not in Python. That's what I like about Python. You kind of have one or two ways of doing a thing. And then depending on how you do it in C#, that alters all your code almost, if you're doing it one or the other way. But I like that you can't fuck around with it. That it requires you to basically follow the code book. You can't just do whatever you want to do, where in Python you can cheat it all day. Oh yeah, pipe, yeah. Also like with C# that everything is self-contained. So everything I do right now is in this folder here. Here. Everything is in this folder here. All the libraries, everything. And I can just... Basically, I can just copy. It's in debug, but I can just copy-paste this folder here. And it will run my program. That was not the right one, was it? Unhandled exception. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a issue with the library that I'm using at the moment. Wait, it's the licensing issue. Yeah, you have to buy a license to use it outside of the development environment. Yeah, I know. You can, but I'm just debugging right now. I'm not releasing the project. It's not a release. It's not going to be released. That's what I'm talking about. So there's no use for it. Oh, my boss is going to be really happy about him having to spend more money now. I'm basically just testing a lot of shit. You know. You know when you have a boss that wants things to be done, but don't want to pay for it or spend money on it, and then why is it not done, or why is it not as good as I want it to be? Because if you want it to be as good as you wanted it to be, you have to spend money on it. But it's the way that you're going to spend the money is the places you don't want to spend the money. It's really hard to tell them that. Well, right now, I'm just messing around with it, but I'm trying to solve a problem that's inherited. Let me try it another way. I'm trying to solve a problem that AI is. Let me try again. I'm trying to solve a problem where AI is limited. And it's really difficult to explain to a lot of. But I will try. So we all know that you can get AI via OCR, optical character recognition, or what the fuck it's called, to read all of this text here. That's what we're doing right now. So right now, is it S2? It's S2. So right now, the AI via Tesseract and blah, 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 is looking at this picture and then seeing, okay, are there words in this picture? Yeah, can I identify a word? Yeah, I can. Let me then copy paste that word in. But people, they think that if let me scroll this up a little bit. Oh. So a lot of people, they think that if AI can see these letters here and print them out, they now assume that the AI look at this picture like a human look at the picture. So if I say to you right now, find me Hungary, give me the word or give me the letters and numbers after type of device, you can go in and say, oh, it's this here. Give me the numbers after identifier number, ident number. You will say it's this here. AI don't know that. They have no concept of the structure of this image here. It don't know the difference between 24 volts and supply volts. All it does and know is this is a word. This is an S. This is an. It don't even know this is an S. It just knows this is a word and this is a character. Basically, it see this as a picture. You know, this S for it is just a picture. And then it's like, this block here together must be, you know, a string of words. So I'm just copying this picture that looks like an S, must be an X, S. This picture here that looks like an I, must be an I. So that's why we get S-I-C-K. But it don't understand that that's a word of an item. That's a word of a product like you and I do. We know that without actually, you know, looking at what this is. If I told you that this is, like if I told you, get me how much volt this is, supply volt this is running at, you don't need to understand what this is to say it's a DC 24 volt. It's AI don't know that, but a lot of people think it does. So what some people want, they want the AI to be able to say, give me that number here, give me that thing here, give me that thing here. But that's not how the AI look at it. AI look at it like if I gave you a Hebrew letter. You couldn't read it, but you can see this is a word. This is a sentence. And then you can copy it over to a new piece of paper. But you don't know what it means. And it's really difficult to get the... well, you can't get the AI to understand what that means. Then you have to go into coding with C#, for example, or Python, to then manipulate the string. So if we go back into the code here, right here, we have all of these words here. They are... oh, it helps if I actually know what I'm doing. So all of these words here, where are you? Where the fuck is my terminal? Did I close it down? No, that is. All of these words here, they are right now in this variable here. And I can show you that. So if we go in here, I just learned... oh, I'm too tired for this. I learned this by the coder, the developer at work. And I think I do, yeah, I do have it in here. So I hope you can see that. But right now, result, that's the variable we have right here. There's nothing in it yet. It says null because we have not passed it yet. So when I do this, I go over it. Now I go into, now it's basically running the program. So if I look at results again, it's the one here, and I can see here. This is all the text of the image, if I'm not mistaken. So it looks for barcodes. I couldn't find any barcodes. Blocks. Is it this one here? Yeah, here it is. No? Ah, it's because I fucking closed the program down. Let's try again. Yeah, here's a string. It should be in here. So in here, all the text are in here somewhere. I think it's this one here. Oh, that's a crash handle file. Where the fuck is it then? Here it is. Text, it's founded down here. There it is. Here's all the text. So all of this text here, hey, Mr. Barber, is in this variable here. So to get, let's say, this word here or this letter up here and stuff like that, the AI can't do that because it has no concept of that we are looking at a paragraph, a sentence and stuff like that. So you use a coding language to manipulate that, which can be easy or difficult. Meaning if you're doing simple things, it's easy. But if you're doing a lot of... so if you want to do a lot of... extracts... If you want to extract text from different kind of labels, for example, now we're getting into an issue. Because the easy way is to say, okay, is this word, or is, let's say, is en in this string? Yes, where is it in the string? It's index whatever. Okay, print everything out from index this to index this. And then we can get these things here. But, you know, the numbers after en can change and so on and so on. Which is really, really, really simplified of a problem that you get into when people think that AI can do more than it can. Yeah, you need to, you can't train, you can kind of train it. You can kind of train it. But now you have to think about how much time it takes to train it. Because then you have to train the AI to understand what each label look like from each iteration of each product. So let's say you have 10,000 products and all of the intent, hey Benjamin, and all those 10,000 products, there may be 6,000 different variations of the label. So that's 6,000 times you have to train the AI to know where to look for a thing. Really simplified. Because AI don't know how to read. It know how to find objects. Yeah, I have a local database. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. I have a local database with all the things I'm looking for in the code, and then I'm reading the database up against the string from the OCR that's come out. And if the word from the database is contained within the string, it prints it out. If not, there's another database that have the first four or three numbers of or letters of what I'm looking for, and if that's in there, then print out from index this to index that. That is the length of the whatever I'm looking for. And then it's printing that out. But that is not reliable. It's not so reliable as you want it to be. Because what if things change? You know. That's the issue here. But getting one or two words out of something like this is easy. It's doing it fast and reliable, that's the issue. And for that you need a database, in my humble, and I have a local database. So I have a local database for known words I'm looking for, and then I have another local database that contains letters from the words that I'm known that I want to look for. Because, for example, this here, that is a type of device. These four things here is always consistent with this type of device. It's always FX3-. But these here can change. But what if I want this here? Well, then I have to go out from, okay, I know what is constant. That's FX3-. So if FX3- is in this label, give me everything from this index to this index. if it's a word that you don't know, because I'm trying to find unknown words that's not in the database so they can be added to the database. But if they are in the database, it's okay. But if it's not in the database, then we have to find the new iteration of the word. And that's what AI can't do. Or, well, you can probably train it up, but that takes months to do that. Because then you have to train for each word and location, and it's more hassle than it's worth. And that's why, like you said, Virtual Boost, I'm going with a database. No, OCR is AI. If AI is your hobby, you should know that OCR is AI. The only AI I'm using here is OCR. That's the only AI I'm using. That's the objectical character, what the fuck it's called, recognition. That's the only AI I'm using. Any chat GPT and stuff like that makes no sense for stuff like this. You have to remember, if you want to train a neural network to recognize one object, on a normal computer, that can take about a weekend non-stop running. And you have to have massive amount of data to throw into it. So imagine you have like thousands of products you have to recognize. That's also an issue you have to think about. How big is your database that you're trying to work with? How big is your data structure? How big is your foundation? And a lot of times, you have the more you know, the better it actually is to do it in code. Versus AI, I will not say AI is guessing. Well, it is kind of guessing. But it's more like ChatGPT have ruined AI for people. It's the worst thing that ever happened was ChatGPT. It ruins people's understanding of AI. It's really sad. OCR is actually quite fun to work with. Like, it's really great for something like, facial recognition, object recognition and stuff. Text is where the issue is. Because it's looking at it like it's looking at it. Oh, I keep hitting my microphone. It's looking at text like a child is looking at text that haven't, another way of looking at it, AI, no matter what it does, it needs a reference. Just like we do as humans. We can't read and write and speak until we have a reference of what this thing means. What do that word means, what do that letter mean, and what do they mean in combination with each other, and so on and so on. But you don't have to read and write to look at this here and then just copy it over by hand on another piece of paper. Just like drawing a house by looking at a house. Everyone can do that. And that's what AI do with the simplified, of course, but that's basically what it does. It recognizes a character, it recognizes a word, but it don't know what that word is, just recognize that it's a word, then it's just copying it over. Like if I'm telling a child, go draw this door, this window on a piece of paper, and they can quite easily do it, but they are not an architect. Rec ESX, what the fuck is that? I think I've heard about it before. Learn, build, and train. Ah. that specify match patterns in text. JavaScript, my ass. Is this only for Java? Fuck you then. I hate JavaScript. But how complex can this be done? This is just basically what the index is in C# then. Oh, without an end. Yeah, I do something like this. I'm just messing around with. So I'm actually doing something like this. So in C#, maybe Notepad could be a good way of explaining it. So in C#, you can say, this is not the correct code. This is just me simplifying it. I kind of did it here. So you tell it, okay, does it contain, let's say, this here, LD? If it contains LD, then give me an index of where LD is contained. Again, this is not the correct code. It's just me doing it for simplification. So it could be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, blah, blah, blah. You get the idea here. So that index could be equal to, let's say, 10. So then you can see to C#, print from index 10 to, let's say I want this here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That will give me this word here then. That will then give me that word. It's by pre-pseudo code, yeah. You can do that in C#. So it's kind of a little bit what this does here. Just way simplified. So you're finding it, do something match and then print it out if it match. And matches mainly you don't have to do it one time. Match a single period. You can also do up and lower case. You can make it case sensitive. So that's basically what you're doing with So this part here, match anything contains within the bracket. So that's basically what you're doing here. That's basically this code here. That's basically that code there. And then you can do a for each loop, so it reads each line in the string and go down that way. It's actually not that. It's actually really simple. But then again, this expect here you need to know the whole word. Like you need to understand the whole word. Yeah, you need to understand the whole word. And the issue is that we don't understand the whole word. We only understand part of the word. So this here, this here changes all the time. But you still have to find everything in here. But it changes all the time. So if you go in here, let's say this is the word we want, or this is where the thing we want to find is. It's in this location here. Or it could be over here. But next day, it may look like this here. But we need to find this here because that's valid information. So then we have to, okay, does it contain 15? And then we need index of 15. And now we only need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we just need down to 7. I hope you get what I'm coming at here. And then the next day after, or the next object coming in may be like this. Or 15 was the constant, so this here. Or then the next one may be this here, and the next one may be this here, and the next one may be this here. And this here may be down here, it may be up here. So again, if you're looking at this image, so imagine you want this here. But everything from X and down can change, and also the location can change from product to product. So you don't know where it is all the time. You don't even know what the full word is all the time. Because the locations is not constant, and the word is not constant. But you as a human can find this word here, no matter where it is, or understand that if it was a 7 instead of an 8, you still understand it's the same thing. It's an identifier of this item here. You know that as a human. AI don't. And that's the issue that I have. I need to figure out a way of making the program understand that we want this kind of combinations of letters and words for this product, no matter where it is and what the combination is. If these 4 things here are the same all the time. Because this is a product identifier. This is identifying a specific product within this product line. FX3 dash. Or basically FX3 does. But the dash is also universal. So not only do we need to understand where is it in this massive jungle bungle of word, or basically long string, or array, or what you will call it, but also we need to handle the changing of these letters and numbers here. If it was always the same, it would be really fucking easy. And if it was always the same for each product, it would be really, really easy. If it was always placed in the same location, it would be way easier. But on another device, it could be down here, it could be up here, it could be down here, it could be up here. And depending on where it is here, OCR is putting it a different way into the string. So we also have to so basically what you're trying to tell a kid that don't know how to read to find a specific word every time they see a piece of paper, but that word changes location all the time. And it also, the word changes all the time. But you have to find this specific word all the time. But the word changes all the time, and the location of the word. Because you can easily say to a kid, it's the second word from the top right. Then you can just point at it all the time. But what if it's the third from line 5, the third in? And it's not called FX3 anymore, it's called SX3, or you know, you get what I'm coming here. Yeah, the pattern changed on the string. So if you put this down here, it will have a different location in the string that it extracts. Yeah, regex. I think that's what they do, but it's basically just contains within C sharp. And I think Python has something like that also, where you can search for the same thing. Where does this string or this text have this in it? If true, where is it? And then print it out. That's simplified. No, I don't want a type of device string, because this may not even be called type of device. This can also be it's been called ID of device, I think, and it's also called device number. It's been called all kind of things. This is, imagine everything change. And this also changed, but we as humans know that we have to look for this here, because so if we go in here and we say then the next time we scan an object, there could be fx3. Then it could be called sx. You want the program to find these in every way, shape, and form, no matter where it is in the text, no matter what's in front of it, no matter what's behind it. No. I don't want just fx, because that's just one product line. I also want sx. I also want ux and ux10 and ux11, and I also want 6e5. Like I said, nothing is constant. Yes, I want those type codes. Well, in this scenario here, yeah, we want the type codes. It's not totally what I want or what I'm working on, but it's a good example, yeah. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they can be called something like this, if it's a different product. But this is the identifier of the product. It can also be called but if I tell you right now you have to look for something that looks like this, or this, or this, or this on a piece of paper, you can find it really easy. AI don't understand that. They don't have a concept of this. They don't know a difference between this one and this one here, other than it's different letters and words. So you're trying to catch a moving target. So that's why what I do now is, if I know, let's say in the database I already have this one here. So I'm asking, if this in the DB, where the fuck is my mouse? If this is in the database, then it's extracting the information. So if this is a yes, it's just extracting data from the database. But if it's no, then I would be searching this string of this here. Okay. Does it have... Oh, why can't I... Does it have fx2 in it? Then if it say yes, where does it start? And then C# can say it starts at, they call it index, let's just say again 10. So that's 10 letters or 10 words or 10 characters into the string. Okay, and I know that this length here could potentially be, again, not always, but the length of the word that I want to find is almost always the same on each product line. So, okay, give me from index 10 and then how many characters this is long. So I will say, okay, give me from index 10 to, let's say it's 6 long, so that would be 17. But I have to know for each product line what is all. So just like serial numbers and stuff like that, there's always something that's constant for each product line of a product. And for this specific type here, FX3 is always the same on all these products. But SIG has thousands of products, so that's thousands different constants. So in the non-recognized database, I need to have thousands of difference of these FX2s here. So again, if it's not in the database, then I have a database where all the known variables are saved in. So that could be FX2, FX3, UX dash, it could be 0025, it could be 6E5. So now it has to go all the way and look, okay, does the string here, does this label here contains any of these things here? Oh yeah, it contains this up here. Okay, where is it? It's here. Print it out for me. You get what I'm saying here? Yeah, it can. I'm not even say follow instructions. It's really good at a program following instructions. Every program follows instructions. But it's really good at I won't even say that AI is good because it's really stupid. Like AI is really stupid. A goldfish is actually smarter than an AI. You could train up an AI to be amazing for one thing. You know, like so Bing Chat, for example, that's really great at finding information you're searching on the internet. But get Bing Chat to, let's say, I don't know, teach you, help you give you, program a whole program that's looking at different stars in the universe. It can't do that. It can give you snippets of code that you can use, but it can't code it all. It can only give you like small, okay, how do I set up a UI? Then it can give you an example of that, but it can't give you the whole program into one because it don't understand the context of it. It don't have references of it, basically. But telling an AI to draw me a picture of this and this, then it knows kind of, okay, this is kind of what you're looking for. And then depending on how the model is trained, it kind of knows how to put it in there. So it's basically guessing a lot. And that's what when you're training an AI or neural network, that's you're helping it guess. But it don't really know what it's doing. It's like a rat that's trying to, that's finding the cheese, and they know, okay, if I go this way, I'm getting the cheese. It's positive reinforcement, but you can't get the rat to draw your map where it just went. It has no concept of it. It just knows to do these things to get the cheese all the time, but it can't sit down and put a pencil in its mouth and then draw a map or pee a map on the floor with its urine. It can't do that, You can also use code to guess the next word. Yeah, when I hear people say that they code and they use AI for coding, I'm like, oh my god. Oh, so you don't know how to code then? And I'm sure it works. But here's the thing. I do it all the time. Like, I can't remember. Let's just say I can't right out of my head remember how to get an index in a string in C#. So I could be doing something like this. Get index of letter in a string. So here's the index method. So I'll be doing something like this here. The AI will just throw the code out of me. You know, the AI will just do something like that, this here, with a little bit of explanation for me. You know, so here, index of C. So we could actually put this in here. So if we put this in here, index of that's not string, but we need this to be we have to put it in a variable, so we do this here, and we can do this here. Oh, that's not the right one. This is the right one. Right? Oh, I need to do dot text anyway. No? What is it saying? Can I not remember right now? Oh, that's because it's a boolean. I need to... I can't remember. See, I can't remember this shit. It's results I need to use. You see, I can see here it's okay to use Google and stuff like that. No? Why the fuck are you bitching? But this is a string, why are you... Oh, now it needs to be dot text, that's why. There you go. Now it's working. It's me getting tired. So... Why the fuck did it break? Where is it? Oh, I have a breakpoint. So 111, that's in line 111, we have 104. So if we do this here... I get a little bit sidetracked here. So, does it contain 104? Yes. Where in the string array is it? It's in 111 and 111. Then you can do print out substring 111, and then from 111 to 120, and then you get the word that you're looking for. But anyway, I used this here to solve something I couldn't remember. But what ChatGPT does is just giving you this here, for the most part, with a little bit of simple explanation. People just copy-paste that in, and they don't even know what they are doing, so they're not learning. That's the issue I have with it. That they are not learning. If you already know what you're doing, like, I can't remember how to print, you know, in make a print statement in Python. So if I go in here and use Bing chat, how to print hello. Why the fuck are you not typing? There you go. How to print hello world in Python. I need to refresh myself. Then it's okay to use something like this here. Or an AI. Here. Ah, that's how you can do it. Okay, now I can remember, because I know what this means in Python. You know, I know this is a string. I know this is cascading. I think they're calling it two strings, because people don't read this shit down here. They don't click these links here to get more understanding of it. All they do is just copying this here or copying this in or copying this in and then say, Bob's your uncle, now it's working. They don't know why it's working. But we know this is a string, this is a string, you know, this is a string, this is a string. This is putting two strings together with a space between it. This is a string containing the word with a space between it, so it would just print out. Basically, all of these would print out the same thing. We know that because we know that this is how Python handles strings like this and individual strings put together. People that use ChatGPT to program don't understand that. They just copy-paste this and say, yep, it's working now. And it will work. I never used ChatGPT to solve math problems, so I have no idea. What are you saying, Benjamin? But even though these code changes, there still needs to find a finite number of form. So depending on what product it is, if we are looking at, let's say, a serial or product number or a serial number or something like that, they will have a set length, yeah. So you know, they can be between, let's say, I can't remember how long the serial number on a car is, but let's just say it's between 10 and 15 or between 20 and 21 or something like that. That's something that you can count on, but what is in that serial number is only certain things are constant. Yeah, you need to get your hands dirty, yeah. Yeah, so that's why I'm searching for 104 here, because that's something, it's a known, it's a constant known. You know? And I think we could then do something like string index word. It's equal, I think it's result dot, yeah, substring. So it will be index 2, and then we want the next, let's say, 5 letters. And then we want console, oh, not constant. So, does the string of text contains 104? Yes. Where in the string of text is it 111? Print out anything from 111 and then plus 5. So that would be 111 to 116. That will give us these 5 letters here. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 numbers. What I'm doing here is not exactly what I'm doing for work, so it's both a hobby project and a work project. It's a little bit of both. It's going to be done differently at work with a database and stuff like that. But the issue, again, is to find the unknown. You know, find the unknown. Because we and the AI don't know what, or we know what we're looking for, but the AI don't know what it's looking for. So I'm trying to find ways of helping the AI to know what it's looking for. So this 104 will be in a database that is referencing, instead of just me putting manually numbers in. So there will be a for each loop where it's looking, okay, does this contain, or does this string have any words we already have in the database? If yes, cool. If not, then it's referencing we need to find the word then that needs to be added to the database. We need to add a new word to the database. But we only know 3 letters or 3 numbers or 4 numbers out of that word. And that's where this here comes in. Does it contain, index, where is it, and substring? And it's a little bit like regex that you just showed me. This here is like, as far as what I read, it's kind of what regex is doing. You know, finding matches and I kind of can't because I will be at work. I have work tomorrow. But the issue I have is to explain someone that you can't just get the AI to say, I want this here. Really simple. Like, the person I'm making it for think that it's really simple to just say, oh, well, it can read all of this, then it also know what this is and where it is and why I need it. So I need to build the code that do all of that know what it is, where it is, and we need it. But all this change, but we know that if this change, even if there's something different here, we know that if it's from one temperature to another temperature, that's a temperature range. We know that we don't even need to have operating temperature. We know this is temperature range. Yeah, but don't this do the same, though? Don't this do the same? Because even with regex, you need to know the constants. You need to know. Again, you need to know part of the word that you're looking for, and that's what we are doing here. We are looking for part of the word. Oh, sorry. Here we are looking for part of a word, and then if it's in there or it is in there, then we are finding out where is it, and then we are like print it out. That's kind of what regex does. Or that's what I need it to do. But the thing is that this here, what it contains, can be thousands of numbers. Thousands of different variables. Think about it like this here. You have to find a unique identifier in a string where you don't know where that unique identifier is. Yeah, but I think regex can only find whole words, right? Like, regex can only find whole words. So, it can only find dog, or it can only find cat. But if I tell it, okay, is CA in there? And then if CA is in there, I need cat. I don't just need CA. Can it do that? Can it fill in the blanks, basically? So, again, let's try here. Let's say I want to find car. Can I tell it to find if CA is in there? If so, give me the word, and that will then in this case be car. Well, I don't have to Google if I can ask you guys. Because that's what I do here. That's what I do in C# here. That is, is CA in this string here? Yeah, but what if this car here then changed to dog? What if it then changed to arrow? Can it then say, oh, can it then automatically do this? Because this here changes all the time. Or potentially changes all the time. But I need to find what's here. This changes all the time. And it could also be over here. It could be over here. You know, it could be here. It could be here. It could be here. Yeah, but that's what I'm doing right now. What I'm doing is like, yeah. So what I'm doing right now is, let's delete all of this. Is a word from the database in the OCR string. That's what I'm doing now. And if it is, that's great. That's amazing. We are all good. But what do I do if there is no words? What do I do now? Well, now I have to find the word. I have to find, let's say, the serial number that I'm looking for. Let's say we're looking for a serial number. Now I need to find that serial number. But that serial number can be thousands of things. But each product has standardized serial numbers. And then they have standardized serial numbers for each product. So each company has, we're also dealing with different companies here. So we can be dealing with, let's say, 20 companies that each have, let's say, 1,000 different products. Or let's say, not say 1,000, let's say 100 different products. So 20 companies that each has 100 different products. And each 100 products have standardized serial numbers. Meaning that each product in the product line start, let's say, with the same numbers or letters, but the rest of the serial number is unique for that product. So that would be 20 companies that have 100 products lines. And each product line have, let's say, 50 products. Try and find a serial number out for this variable here. 20 different companies that has 100 product lines. So each 100 product lines, every serial number within one product line start with one thing. So let's say company X or company 1 product line 1 start with, let's say, this here. That's always in companies 1 product line 1's serial number. So there could be 50 different versions of this here. So all 50 of these products down here, all in product line 1, start with this here. Then it could be 5, 6, 7, 57. That's one product in the product line. With 25, that's another product in the product line. It could be 79, that's another product in the product line, etc., 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 etc. How do you find these serial numbers in a product like this when there are this many product lines? And here's the thing, what I'm doing right now is I have another database. I have a find product DB. So I know company 1 have product line 1 has what we just set up here. So then okay, if the word is if a word from the database is not in the OCR string, then it goes into the product database. Sorry. And see, okay, is there anything in the OCR string that starts with 5, 6, 7? Yes. There is. Okay. We know that company 1's product line 1 starts with 5, 6, 7, and the word or the string or the identifier is always 10 letters long. Then I'm telling it, okay, print this out, print 10 letters out, print the whole number out. But then we also have company 2 or company 1. Product line. Two. And that starts with, it could be this here. Oh. And this could be 6 characters long. So then, okay, the product, if you're looking at the product number, okay, it's not in our database. Okay, is it in our product database or find product database? Let's look at line 1. Nope, that's not in there. There's nothing starting with 5, 6, 7. Oh yeah, there's something starting with KUI or Y. So print out a 3. So it'll actually be this one here. So let's call it 5. So then we'll print out this one here. But I need to have a database. This is the issue here. I need to have a database that contains all 20 companies, 100 product lines, with 50 products under each 100 product lines. I need to know this known here. So when I'm searching the OCR string, and if it's not in our product, in our own database, in my own database, go search the product finding database. And like, what did you set? 100k entries I will have in this database then. You see the issue here? Why this takes time and why this can be really difficult. Because what if one day company 1 changes the serial number or product number of product line 1's products to be this here? No, the data, this one here is populated. The known database is populated. The things the ones we already know is populated, yeah. But this one down here is not populated yet. This one is not done yet. The unknown or find product database, that's not done yet. I have a way of doing it simplified. And we're not talking about 20 companies with 100 product lines and 50 products on each product line. We're talking about maybe 10 companies with like only select few products. But then the next thing is, and this is where it gets really fucking irritating. This here I can live with. You know, we can do this. But what if they want this here, like minus 25 degrees to 55 degrees? What if they want version number of the firmware here? Because this changes all the time, and not all of them have it, and it depends, and blah, blah, blah. So my idea here is that for all the products we already have in the product database, we just manually put these things in here. So if it find it in the product database, is a word from the product database in the OCR string, yes, give us what we want out of this here, the data here, because it's already known. But someone has to put that in manually. And that's then the next thing. Then you get into like, well, humans can fuck up. So I was thinking about making a web crawler. But there's a lot of protection on the internet from web crawlers right now. And that alone is an issue to make a reliable web crawler for each company. And because each company do websites differently. Almost no company has a standardized website anymore. You know. No, because we don't know this here. This is not in the database yet. The only thing that's in the database is the product name. The only thing that's in the database is the product number. Nothing else. Nothing else is in the product database. Oh, maybe a few, maybe, let's say, the horsepower is in if it was a car. So only 1 out of 5 informations we want in the database is already there, or 2 out of 5. So in the database I don't have all the things I want in it still. The only thing the database is good for is to see if this product is already in the database. That's the only thing it's good for. It's not good for retrieving information. But that's the next goal, is to get it to be good for retrieving information. It's a fucking mess. And right now I'm trying to explain to someone that we can't just, you know, well, it should have been done like last year. That's the mentality that I'm also working with. They want this done last year. Like basically it can't be done fast enough. And then I'm getting into another issue, is that what if it's not tested enough? And we build up a database that's being populated by software that's basically corrupting the database with false information. And we have to do it all over again. Because we don't get time enough to test it. But I heard a good word. What is it like? Preparation prevents piss poor performance. Basically, testing and prepare sets you up for success. Or what is it? There's also this one. Failing to plan is planning to fail, or something like that. And here's another thing, is that we need to get this data somehow. So that means that we need to have really good, you know, photo equipment, which costs a lot of money. Well, I don't. The brainstorming is done. It's getting it's getting this here. It's getting this here into this. That's the issue. It's getting it done in code that's the issue. Because how to set it up, how to run it, how to make what the database more or less needs and want, all of that I've done with the developer already at work. It's how do we find the information that we want reliably out from a picture. That's the issue right now. But that has so many problems in it, because we need this to be of a good enough quality. First of all. And we need it's and because this don't, like, it can look like this, so we have to treat the program that if it looks like this, we want this, this, and this. If it looks like this, we want this, this, and this, and this. If it looks like this here, we want this, this, and this. That's what we want the code to be able to do. While not right now, so here's another thing. Because not all of them have barcodes. Not all of them have barcodes. And not all barcodes is giving you anything other than a location, other than maybe a serial number, but it won't give you this information here. It may give you this here, but it won't give you this here. This barcode here may give you the serial number, but it won't give you what's standing here, which is really important. This one here may give you this or this, but it won't give you this here, which is really important. So the barcode is only useful for giving one type of information. But if you had a database that had all of this here already pre-typed in, and you associated this with this, then you can use the barcode. If it's even giving, I think the barcode here is this one here. And like I said, this don't have a barcode on it. This has a barcode on it. Actually, most products that we handle don't have barcodes on them. From some companies. Some companies, all of them has. Some companies, none of them have. Some product lines, all of them have. Some product lines, none of them have. Assuming, again, this is what I'm trying to talk. It's the same issue I have talking a little bit with people, is that they assume way too much. Like I said, they assume that if a program can read this, it understands exactly what it's reading. It's not. It don't have any idea what it's doing. It's just basically looking, copying, and that's it. It has no concept of what it's doing. And a lot of barcodes have really limited information, like really limited information. More than likely, they have like either an internal location, like where it is in the internal. So let's say it's this company here, I don't know, Galileo, what the fuck it is. They can have a barcode for the internal storage system, and then they can have a barcode with the product serial number on it, or product number on it, or or it could be when it was produced. It could be what product line it's from. It don't even have to be an identifier of what's important. So it's barcodes are great if they give you the information that you want. And some companies are great at using barcodes. Siemens is great at using barcodes on some of their products. Not all of them. And even within Siemens, there's different barcodes that tells you different information. Some of them only have for their internal storage facilities. That it's a Siemens internal barcode that we can't use for anything. And then you don't have any barcodes. And sometimes they have two barcodes, where one is internal, one is external, that we can use. So barcodes are great, but they are not they're not the solution to everything. They can be part of the solution, but they're not the solution. Yeah, a program understand as much as the programmer that White is. No more, no less. Well, I would go so far as see the program only understand what the program is being told to understand. The programmer don't necessarily need to understand what they're doing. Like I said, with the stock overflow, is it stock or stack overflow? I can't remember now. And ChatGPT and Bing Chat, you can build a whole program with copy paste code basically, and you don't have much idea. Stack. So there it is. Yeah, thank you. So you may not understand much of what that program is doing, but it's a program and it's working. And then when it fucks up, then you're going over to you're googling how to fix it, and you're not basically not learning much, and then people are yelling at you when it goes down. It's a really big issue. What I am afraid of. Oh, by the way, what I was about to say is that where I am right now, I spent about, and this is like highly overestimating how much time I spent on it, but I'm about 180 hours into this project at work. About 180 hours, and that's not much for making a new product. But again, like I said, some people I work for have the mentality of it has to be done yesterday, Oh yeah, ChatGPT coding can get messy really quick. Well, a script kiddie is what I will call it, but yeah, I get what you're saying, yeah. No, 180. How many hours? 180 hours is, well, if you don't sleep, yeah. 100. I calculated it Friday. How much time I spent, and this is like really overestimating it. Because some days I don't work on it at all at work. I do other things also. Infrastructure things and security and all that fucking shit. This is something I do when I don't have anything else to do. So honestly, I'm closer to maybe 100 to 150 hours. And now people are getting anxious because. So we all know people that have this mentality that if they go past a car and they see 4 wheels and the chassis, then they think the car is the car is done. They don't think about that the wiring has to be in it, the engine has to be in it. Hey Robin, and all that stuff. They just go past a chassis with 4 wheels and seats in it, and they say the car is done. And it's really hard to explain to those kind of people that the car is not done. Because in their eyes, it's done. Oh, the rest can be done really easy. No, not necessarily. And it's the same when I'm looking at Linux people, for example. Yeah, like that. Like when you're looking at Linux people. They look at install of Linux. They have kind of the same mentality. Oh, I've done everything now because I'm up in a desktop. I know everything now. No, installing Linux is like going past a car and see 4 wheel seats and a chassis. You just starting. That's where you start. That's when you have installed Arch Linux, for example. That's where you start. That's where your journey starts to begin. That's where you start to get your hands dirty after the install. And I see it so many times where people with a limited knowledge, I think it is, that think that they are experts. They see something, but they can't understand that what you see is not really what you are seeing. It's kind of like looking out at an oasis and you think you see water, or you're looking down the road and you think you see water, and then you go down there and it's not water. It's just an illusion. But because you can touch and feel a thing, you think, oh, it's done, No, it's not. You know, you're just starting out. You know, and I worked with a lot of people like that once. I have worked at a place where we built the feeding robot, you know, robots for the cow industry. And I was building a robot that was giving cows food. And every time I put on the container that hold the food, my boss will call the customer and say that it's done, it's being delivered tomorrow. And all the wiring and testing could not have been done yet. Because it made sense to build it first and then put in the wiring and test it and stuff like that. But he would be like, yeah, just call the customer, they're coming to pick it up in 2 days. So I had to do a week's work in 2 days. So what I started to do was, the last thing I did was to put on the feeding container. Because until that, I found out that if I didn't put that on, he would not call the customer. And that's the mentality of going past and see a car that they think is done, but it's not done. Because they don't understand what's really going on. I don't know if it's the Dunning-Kruger effect. I think it's more impatient. I start kids with DUI projects and Linux. They build simple services and appliances, not desktops. Zero fear of the... I have no idea what you're on about. I don't think tech people are afraid of the terminal. Like, I've never heard a tech person being afraid of the terminal. I never heard a non-tech person be afraid of the terminal. I've heard them being irritated over that they have to use it when it's something that should have been done more convenient. Yeah, Robin. I hope you're doing well also. Like, I've never, like, seen someone, oh my god, this is a terminal, let's run away. What I have seen is, like, why the fuck do I have to use this thing when I can do just, you know, click a button here and there? That's kind of the conversations I've had with people. And it makes sense. It makes sense. Why? Well, some of them was not even born in the 90s. You know? Like, we have to remember, who is this thing for? And then build towards them and not someone else. So if you want more people to use whatever you're building, it needs to be accessible to those people. But if you want to build something that only, let's say, PhD in whatever the fuck it is, programming, is going to use, go terminal all day. But if you're building something a consumer's going to use, that's maybe not the idea. But I sadly see the Linux world, they are like, okay, we want consumers to use this, but let's build it like we are, you know, they are all nerds and geeks. So they want one group of people to use their product, but they're building it for another group of people. And then they are confused over why people are bitching and moaning. That's because those people that you want to use it don't have your mentality. They don't have your interest. They just want a button to click. It would be like me saying that for you to own a car, you need to understand how to change the head gasket and tire and exhaust system and blah, blah, blah before you can even get a car. And to get in a car, all of these fancy electronics we have nowadays with remote activation, stuff like that, you need to understand how that works. And you need to do that from your phone via copy-pasting in a lot of commands just to open your car. You need to do this sequence of letters and numbers into a terminal to open it. There is such a thing as overcomplicating things that should be simple. And I feel the Linux world, they love to overcomplicate things. It's like, the more complicated they can make it, the bigger their fucking nerd bone. Like If you're talking to a Linux user about something complicated, you can almost hear them come all over their own faces. Because they think they are oh so smart. And the sad reality is most Linux users I've talked to have been stupid as a fucking door. I'm sorry to say it, but they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. Like, at all. Like, it's oh. And I love talking to Arch Linux people. Oh, Arch Linux teach me about hardware. Okay, let's take a PCP out from your graphic card. Explain to me what that capacitor is doing. Why is the RAM modules where they are? How many gigabytes of RAM is there in that module? Why is the CPU where, or TPU where it is? What is these lanes doing in the PCI lane? They have no fucking idea. Oh, so you don't know anything about your hardware then. You know how to probe your computer about what hardware you have installed. Ah, that's not knowing your hardware. That's just know how to ask your system, hey system, what hardware do I have? Hey stupid idiot, this is the hardware you have. Okay, I will install the appropriate driver. Like, anyone that tell me Linux teaches you about hardware, great. I made that reaction video to how a CPU is made, how a microprocessor is made. That's learning about hardware. That's figuring out how this central processing unit you have, even your GPU you have, how that is made. I got no Linux users in there commenting on that video. But apparently, if you're an Arch user, you know exactly how it's made. Because Arch or Linux users, so because Linux is teaching you about your hardware. Next time someone asks you, tell you that Linux teaches you about hardware, talk to them about north bridges and south bridges. That was before it was all built into the CPU. And then ask them, why is it now in the CPU and not on the motherboard as it was back in the day? What do error correcting memory do? And why do we need it? Why do LEDs potentially make your RAM less stable? I want to hear a Linux person talk to me about that. What happens if you have a too low power supply in your computer? I won't even say Linux teach you how to talk to it. Like, Linux teach you how to probe it. Not even talk to it. Because talk to it would be like teaching you how to build a driver. Because that's what a driver does. A driver talks to your hardware. The only thing Linux exposes you for, or Arch Linux and Gentoo and stuff like that, is that you are utilizing a terminal tool to ask Linux to tell you what is connected to the kernel. And then out from that information, you now go and figure out what drivers to install. So look at it like this. That is the equivalent of me opening up my computer and looking into it and see, okay, I'm having an Intel Arc GPU, I'm having a Ryzen 7600X, and okay, let me install the firmware that I need for it. That's the same that means to it. Linux means kernel to me, yeah, but unless you're building drivers, it's not teaching you how to talk to the hardware. You know, it's... Yeah, you need to build a driver. I also need to make a video, for, by the way, about... if the Linux kernel is outdated now. Or if it's a good idea to have everything in the same house. Because I see a lot of Linux people say that a good thing about Linux is that all the drivers are in the kernel. Yeah, but do you really want all the drivers in the kernel? More shit at one place potentially could mean more things that can break in one place. Why would you not want to add in drivers on a necessary basis No, monolithic is not only that, but it's part of it being monolithic, but not only. Because even with a monolithic kernel, you can add in drivers via modules. So it's not the same thing, because monolithic also means other things. It's a whole kernel design philosophy, but it's part of it. Yeah, but so do Windows. You can have more than one driver installed on Windows if you move. Like, let's say you have Windows on an SSD that you move around. You know, it can do the same. I have not. I had in the last 7 years. I have had about 10 blue screens on Windows, and I run my computer 24/7. I have had more crashes the last 4 years on Windows than I had on Linux. On Windows. Are we listening to Christmas music? Yeah, I think we are. I need to remove that. Yes, you can. I have used the same install of Windows since 2015 on, oh my god, 5 different computer hardware configurations. No problems. I just took the card out, the SSD out and put in another computer. No issues. Of course, I had to install the drivers for the new hardware, but after that, no issues. And most of the drivers, Windows installed by itself. It's most of the time it was something like, when I went from Intel to AMD, I just had to basically install the AMD firmware, and that was it. And of course, uninstall the Intel firmware. You can do that with Windows. You can do that with Windows. I do have done it, like I said. I have read until, how long has I had? This computer I have right now was the first time in 7 years I installed Windows on a new hard drive. And I installed Windows 10 on an SSD. It's not slow. It's not slow. If you take the SSD out and plug it into the computer, depending on your internet speed, of course, Windows will just take the drivers down from the internet and install them, and that's it. You don't have to activate it or anything like that. Yeah, you also have a good cleanup tool on Windows now, yeah. I've done this since 2010. I've changed a lot of computers with the same hard drive in it with Windows. And I never had an issue. And I've done it for people all the time, never had an issue. You just want Windows or Linux to be better. Here's the thing, Linux sucks as a desktop operating system. And another thing is that, like, let's say you have to test 20 laptops. If they are not going to run Linux, I would probably only use Linux to see if there's any hardware that's damaged. Because it will not be, like, let's say they're going to run Windows, I will not test a computer with Linux then. Unless to just see if the hardware is broken. But let's say the hardware is open or not broken. I would not test a computer to run on Linux or with Linux that had to run Windows. I will test it with Windows. E-junk. Again, e-junk. If it's junk, you will not be using it. I hate the word e-junk. Because if it's junk, why are you messing with it then? Junk means that it's going to be thrown out. Why are you messing with it then? Like if it's a refurbished machines and stuff like that, I like that word better, but I hate the word e-junk. Because e-junk, there's something we throw out. You know, it's junk. It's useless. But I just can't I can't understand this hardcore mentality toward Linux on the desktop. Yeah, take care, Benjamin. A lot of that, yeah, but if you're refurbishing it, then it's not junk anymore. You know, if you're refurbishing it and selling it, it's not junk anymore. It's refurbished products. Try and make a business that's called ejunk.com and see if you can sell anything. You know? Windows has like the last shitty version of Windows, like really shitty version of Windows, was probably Windows ME. Anything after Windows ME was actually really good. Like, it was not the best, it was not the greatest, but they were really good. And sometimes they were better than Linux, and sometimes they were not. But one thing people tend to forget is that it's not about what is best. It's not about what is the most powerful. It's not about what is the fastest. It's about what gives people what they want. You know, like Macintosh for years was so underpowered, but people loved them because they gave them what they want. It could be the Mac ecosystem. It could be specific software that you couldn't get other places. It could just be Mac OS itself. Power almost have never been the determined factor of why someone should choose a OS or a component or a car or a graphic. So, my case right now, I have a Intel Arc graphic card. And on paper, it's an amazing, powerful machine. Like, the graphic card on paper is really powerful. But graphic cards that's way weaker than this one here is outbeating it because of bad driver design. I can't even play Starfield on it. I can't even boot it up right now. Because it's crashing all the time. And a 7600 that should be less powerful than my graphic card is giving me 2 times the fucking performance on the same settings. Again, it's not about what's the most powerful, because my graphic card should beat the 7600. It's more powerful. But it don't, because it's not giving me what I want. That's why I'm buying a new graphic card next month. I'm fed up with Intel. Fed up. Don't ever, never. I have a video recorded that's 30 minutes long of me bitching about how bad the Intel graphic cards are. And here's the thing, it's not the fucking graphic cards, it's the software. It's the drivers. If you're doing anything other than gaming, and when I mean, if your computer boot up into Steam to play a game, buy an Intel card. If you're doing anything else, don't. My HDMI port don't work on my graphic card anymore. You know what their solution is? Try and take the card out and put an old card in it again. Try and uninstall and reinstall the driver. Done that. Try and install the latest version of the driver. Done that. If you have other graphic card drivers installed from other vendors, uninstall them. Well, then I can't use them. I have an onboard graphic card driver for AMD. I had to uninstall the Adrenaline software to just get the software center to work. Oh, reinstall Windows. So if you go on to the Arts forum and you talk to an Arts guru about how to fix your problem, reinstalling the driver, uninstalling Windows, take the card in and out again, or take it out and test it with another card. That's the go-to solution for everything. Reinstall the drivers, try the beta driver, try an old graphic card, reinstall Windows. That's the go-to solution for everything. They don't think about that, oh, maybe it's the driver that's the issue. They hate this is a known issue with Intel Arc card. It's a driver issue with the HDMI port. So it worked this morning, and I went out to get some yogurt at my local shop, and then I went home. I was like, where the fuck is my second screen at? And I tested it on another screen I had laying around, still no signal. Then I plugged it into my onboard graphic card. Everything works just fine. And here's another thing. I noticed that I got almost 20% performance boost by not having two screens connected to my graphic card, my Intel graphic card. About 10 to 20% performance increase. Yeah, don't get a fucking Intel card. I still have programs that won't recognize that I have a graphic card in my system. There's still programs I can't use because they think I don't have a dedicated graphic card. Like, this card is almost a year old. Like, next month it's a year old. Now, this is not an overheating issue. I thought it was an overheating issue or something like that. I thought the cable was broken or something like that. No, it's a driver issue. And after I rebooted my computer, and now I found out, because I was looking at my task manager. I was like, why the fuck am I using 32 gigs of RAM? Oh, Intel Arc Control Center takes up all of my RAM. That makes sense. So now I can't have the Intel Arc Control Center running at all, not even in the fucking tray, because it takes up all my RAM. I have to reinstall that fucking driver at some point. I just can't be bothered right now. And every time and here's the thing, every time you see a patch update for the Intel graphic cards, it's almost gaming fixes. And when they fix 1 or 2 games, 10 other games are broken still. 15 other games are broken. Most popular, not most, but a lot of popular games is almost unplayable on the Arc series. Intel's ability, like 5th grader could manage that driver team better. I have a feeling they have outsourced the development of the drivers to some fucking Indian call center or something like that. That they are building this driver while they're scamming old grandma or something like that. Oh my god. It's like, unless you are having an Intel system, I will not get an Intel graphic card. Because I can't have the Adrenaline software running that will optimize the performance of my integrated graphic card. Heck, I can't even fucking use the Intel encoder on OBS. I could if I had an onboard Intel graphic card, but I can't use the QuickSync encoder on OBS. Well, last time I tried a month ago on the graphic card. Yeah, I have AMD plus Intel Arc. Yeah. And it's the worst decision I ever made was to buy that fucking graphic card. This is my processor. I'm only utilizing 4 cores on this VM, but yeah. Yeah, it's oh man. And with graphic cards being how expensive they are, I'm thinking about getting an Xbox Series S or something like that, and then just saving up to a Mac Mini. So because the Xbox just came out with a 1TB version of the Series S, and I only have a 1440p panel, so that's what the Series S is built for, and it costs the same, or it's cheaper. Well, it costs about the same as a higher end 7600 graphic card. Because I'm tired of the hardware prices for computers nowadays. It's like motherboards. Like the only thing that don't seem to be that expensive is CPUs. You know, CPUs seems to be somewhat still okay, and DDR5 is not that expensive anymore either. So CPU and RAM and of course NVMe's and SSDs, those are not that, you know, depending on what brands you go for, of course, but you can get them really cheap. But motherboards, graphic cards, power supplies, oh my god, you might as well fucking sell a kidney and a testicle just to get the bare minimum nowadays. Like, every time I look at a new graphic card or motherboard or anything in that nature, I'm like, oh my god, do I need to get like a work accident so I can get a fucking settlement so I can buy a new graphic card? Do I need to run in front of the forklift to just get, you know, an insurance settlement so I can buy a graphic card? This looks like testicles, by the way, like massive hanging testicles. Whee! But yeah, it's like, what's like... And the thing is, gamers, man, that's why they do it. They slap the gamer tag onto it and then they just amped up the price 10% for no fucking reason other than it's a gaming thing. PC gaming become popular is the worst thing that happened to PC hardware. That and, of course, cryptocurrency. It's... Oh... I'm yeah. Yeah, Epic, they're not that expensive, I don't think. Yeah, I'm thinking about getting a Mac Mini and then just use this one I have right here either as a server or gaming computer. I don't know. Maybe a dedicated virtual machine computer. You know, Proxmox it or something like that. That's a little bit where I am right now, because with the graphic card prices being what they are, if you get a console and a Mac Mini, man, you're set for fucking decades. Or not decades, but for a long time. You know, it's... Yeah, it's stupid crazy, man. They really have fucked us over on the PC hardware front. Like, massively fucked us over. And... I can't... Robin, you cannot install anything on the Mac Mini. Like, the Mac Mini is an all-in-one computer. You can't install graphic cards and stuff like that on it. But I can use it as a paperweight on my Mac Mini, yeah. Like a decoration piece, maybe. Because the Intel Arc graphic card is... It's a nice fucking graphic card. It looks nice. It's like a... If graphic cards could have like a suit, that's how I, you know, like a Armani suit and stuff like that. That's how I look at the Intel graphic cards. They look like a man in a suit. Yeah, I'm not going to install Linux on my Mac. I'm not going to install Linux on my Mac. Yeah, Archie Linux or something like that, Robin, I think you're thinking about. Yeah, I'm not going to install Linux on my Mac. I run two Linux distributions right now, Tumbleweed and Ubuntu. I have no desire to run more Linux distributions. And the last month or 2 months, I've been running Linux less and less and less. Because instead of running Linux, I'm doing stuff for work, like what I just did right now, trying out ideas and researching ideas I need to see if I can get implemented at work and stuff like that. Maybe sometimes code a little bit for work. I'd rather do that than sit and mess around with some random fucking Linux distribution that won't work anyway, or I can't do half of the shit that I want to do anyway, or I'm just really tired of Linux at the moment. And the whole mentality that comes with Linux, it's I never seen a community that fucking batshit crazy. Like, it's like fucking, it's like having one of those girlfriends that fucking, everything you do is wrong, everything you say is wrong, they are always right, and you have to do everything they say, and you have to give them 100,000% attention. If you don't call them every 5 minutes, you're fucking the fucking receptionist and everyone else, and blah. That's how the whole Linux thing reminds me of. Yeah, a lot of people use Proxmox. I've seen a lot of people being happy with it, yeah. Yeah, lucky you, man. Yeah, I stopped being part of any Linux Discord. I went out of, I think I have one, like Esnix I'm probably still in, but I'm never really looking into it. And Reddit, it's rarely I go on to Reddit at all. Yeah, but Linux users for me is like a is a mix between sovereign citizens, conspiracy theorists, and flat earthers. So if you take those three crazy people, that's the Linux community. Yeah, they definitely need a hobby. Yeah. I have never been like that with Linux on the internet. I was like that with Linux personally, like in person from in the early 2000s. Like I said, I would go and go into local computer stores and tell them to uninstall Windows and install Linux, and talking like a fucking crazy Karen about, or Kevin is the name, about why they are ruining everyone's life with having Windows installed on their storefront and stuff like that. Yeah, yeah, it had yeah. Linux went downhill in between 2010 and 13. It went downhill. When the Free Software Foundation and Richard Stallman really became known to the public, that's when everything went downhill. Because his cult ruined everything. Every fucking thing. I was never on IRC, bulletin board and all. It never, like, I never wanted to be part of this social aspect of the internet. It never really spoke to me, to be honest. I still don't do social media that much. I look at Facebook, I look at Instagram, but I'm more a looker than a participator. Like, the only, like, social media, if you can call Discord a social media, that's like that's the place where I'm most active. Yeah. The Ubuntu. What the fuck was it called? Yeah, where you just wrote your address to Ubuntu and you got a fucking free CD. That's why I don't get why, people are so fucking angry at Ubuntu nowadays, because they forgot that when Ubuntu came into the Linux scene, Linux was almost dead. Like, Linux was almost dead when Ubuntu came in. Like, the fact that Linux have like 3-something% market share, you could probably thank Ubuntu for that. That would probably not have happened without Ubuntu. Like, what Ubuntu have done for Linux is like probably the most important player in the Linux world, beside, Linus Torvalds. And people are mistreating them like shit. I get it. There's a lot of things Canonical and Ubuntu does that I don't agree with, but that don't mean that you have to fucking bite the hand that feeds you. We had Red Hat, we had SUSE, we had Mandrake, Mandriva, and all of that, or Mandrake and / Mandriva. All of those people were big players before Ubuntu came around. And they didn't manage to do anything close to what Ubuntu have done. Still to this day. And everyone, don't use Ubuntu, use Linux Mint, or use elementary OS, and don't use Ubuntu, but use any other Ubuntu-based distribution. That's what you're telling me. So basically, use Ubuntu. And I'm just like, I love it when someone say, I hate Ubuntu, but then they're using Mint or Sorian or any other Ubuntu-based distribution. Like, fucking hell, dude. You're using Ubuntu. You're just using Ubuntu Plus, but you're still using Ubuntu. Yeah, those 2 seconds, man. I could have been married and divorced 10 times in those 2 seconds. I could have fapped off 1,000 times in those 2 seconds. Oh, Linux users, my ass. I had crazy girl relationships that were more easy and more convenient than Linux users. Oh. And another thing that drives me nuts is that Linux users think that they are smarter than everyone else. They think that they are these uber intelligent people. And I'm just like, oh, no. Like I said, sovereign citizens, conspiracy theorists, and flat earthers equal Linux users. For Eurotrack or Eurorack, yeah. It's every time I see a policeman stopping over a sovereign citizen, I just imagine the policeman is a Windows person going up to a Linux person, trying to explain to them how the world is, and they're like, no, I am not driving, I'm traveling. And I'm not, I'm not part of the United States of America's corporation. I am a citizen of American's Republic or something like that. Comcast. Hey, you can make money on anything if you want. Oh yeah, cryptocurrency gods and vegans. Oh yeah. Like, you can make money on anything if you want to when you have the connections to do so. Like, you need the connections and you need the network to do it. Like, if you're in the middle of the Sahara Desert and nobody's around you, nobody knows you, you can't make any money. Or Comcast in 1993, really bad shit crazy. Like that the American can talk more about that than I can, but Comcast have never been a good thing. This always makes me laugh. All these massive distributions. But every operating system has annoyed everyone at some point. You will hear Mac users bitch and moan about Mac OS. You will hear FreeBSD bitch and moan about FreeBSD. You will hear Linux users bitch and moan about Linux. Here's the thing. When people stop bitching and moaning, that's when you need to be afraid. Because then they don't give a fuck anymore. Then they don't give a fuck anymore. And the less people starts to talk about something, bitch about something, the less they care. I embrace people bitching and moaning about Windows because it tells me they care about it. They want it to be fixed. They want it to be better. They want it to be whatever. If they didn't bitch and moan, that's like they are one step away from using something else. Of course, you need to fix it or else they will use something else. Because if you don't fix what they're bitching and moaning about, at some point they're like, well, this is not getting anywhere, so I'm going over to something else. But as long as they're bitching and moaning, you still have a chance. They still care. When they don't, that's when you have an issue. As long as your girlfriend is fighting with you, she still cares. The day she stops, you fucked. You don't want her to fight you, but she still fucking cares. You know. She still cares. She still thinks this, unless she's batshit crazy, of course. But you know, she still cares. But the day that she just ignores you and sit on the fucking couch and barely talks to you, yeah, she's already left you. So if you want to talk to a Linux user, that's one step or 1 foot out of the door when they don't give a fuck about Linux anymore. The same with Windows user or Mac user. The day they don't give a fuck about it anymore, they don't want to talk about it, they don't want to bitch about it, they are one massive step out of the door for not using that system anymore. Oh, Ambient. Yeah, FTP was big on FreeBSD. FreeBSD has a lot of great technologies going on. Like a lot of great technologies. Like I actually like FreeBSD better than Linux. Oh yeah, I do. I actually wish that Linux was or FreeBSD was more popular than Linux. I only use Linux because it supports more things than FreeBSD does. But if FreeBSD and Linux was equal on every way, shape, and form, I would be running FreeBSD. If everything worked and was supported equally on both platforms, I would be running FreeBSD. I would be running FreeBSD hands down. Because everything about... The only thing I like about Linux is Linus Torvalds. And even he irritates me to some degree. But I like what he has done. But everything else that comes with Linux, I'm so fucking over it, man. Yeah, I like BSDs. I do like them. Like I said, I if everything, like if everything you could do and support and run on both systems, I would be running FreeBSD. Oh, the Linux cast, that fucking, what is he up to now? Had he done? He gets me so fucking wound up every time I watch. He's like one of those with DistroTube and Mental Outlaw where I'm like running into the wall after 4 minutes into one of their videos or something like that. Oh god. Oh, like I said, Sovereign Citizen, Flat Earther, conspiracy theories equals Linux users. They are exactly as all of those. They're talking like them, behaving like them. Oh my god. They made a study some years ago where they found out that conspiracy theorists have the lowest or have a low average IQ. Like they were on the lower end of the IQ scale. On the average conspiracy theorist was below average IQ, which was really interesting. My mom doesn't want to run Linux boot. Yeah, oh. What an entitled motherfucker. Like, come on. What an entitled motherfucker. And also, nobody gives a fuck if you're running Linux. That's the other thing. Linux users have to tell the world they run Linux. Like vegans, like they can't shut their mouth about it. And nobody gives a fuck. Like, let's be honest, like nobody gives a fuck. And if you need validations for other people for using an operating system, you live a fucking sad life, man. Like a massive sad life. I start to wonder if you ever fucking had your penis inserted into a vagina before. Or a butthole, if that's what you like. Or you're still, watching Playboy's magazines from the 60s. And fantasizing about it. I used to love Absolute Linux. Yeah, that kind of makes sense to have like your own private cloud. I see a lot of people do that with Synology NASs and stuff like that. I used to run this quite a lot back in the day. I kind of miss the passion I had for Linux. I kind of hate that it's gone, but yay. That's quite easy to fucking make your own distribution with the absolute Linux. Good old Haiku OS. Oh, they're close to their goalie. Why so bitter? It's not just one thing. The highlights is probably the promise that it never is going to be fulfilled. The infestation of the Free Software Foundation and GNU cult mentality that is ruining Linux with philosophies and political this and political that, and ruin Linux and the community. But that kind of goes a little bit hand in hand with the Free Software Foundation and the way that they are infecting and ruining everything they touch. They are not about technology. They're about their political entity. And Richard Stallman said that. And I liked Linux back in the day because it was a technology. Linux put technology before anything else. No, the Free Software Foundation and stuff like that was not like that in the beginning. I was there almost from the beginning. I started in 1996 or 7 or thereabouts. And I talked with Linux or some, like looked at Linux since 1995 thereabouts. And yes, there was fanatics, but mostly Linux was about the technology. It was about making cool shit. That was what it was about. And then the bigger Linux became, and the more and more Richard Stallman started to bitch and moan and trying to change the name of Linux, and you know, the more he went batshit crazy, for lack of a better word, the more people started to listen to him and get exposed to him. No, Richard Stallman has nothing to do with Linux other than the license. Stallman have nothing to do with Linux other than the license. And even there, he has nothing to do with it. It was just like a decision Linus made. Richard Stallman do nothing with the Linux kernel. Richard Stallman make the GCC compiler. They make Quap and stuff like that, but they have nothing to do with Linux. And without those things, they would have been using the BSD userland, which some people still do. And Linux can and will exist without GNU. There are plenty of distributions out there that use almost no GNU tools. You don't like, if you think about it, like, you don't use many GNU tools anymore. Even Ubuntu don't have as much GNU in it as it used to be. Heck, Systemd and stuff like that is starting to replace a lot of GNU tools. Bash is probably the biggest one at the moment. But this is what Richard Stallman wants you to think. This is taking out of the cult of Richard Stallman that Linux cannot exist without GNU. Let's unpack this a little bit. GNU was almost never not talked about other than in the Unix space before Linux. Then Linux came around and everyone talked about Linux, GNU, and Unix. Linux is the reason why most of you guys and girls know about GNU, not the other way around. No, Linux was not made as a kernel for the GNU OS. You have no idea what you're talking about. Linux was made because Linus could not afford a development station. And he was interested in the new Intel CPU that was coming out at that point, 386 or so, I can't remember the model number. That's why he made Linux. GNU needed a kernel. They were working on a kernel, but it didn't work that well. So when they discovered Linux, the Linux kernel, they were like, we have the userland, but we don't have any kernel. Let's use the Linux kernel. And that's what they did. Yeah, they have heard, but it's still a massive shit. Yeah, he wanted a cheap, smart terminal base, a development station, for lack of a better word. And here's another thing. Linux was proprietary software for close to a year before it was open source. All of this is public knowledge, man. Linus talks about this all the time. But Richard Stallman tries to not talk about it. He tries to bend the truth. He tries to make him the victor of the Linux story. He wants to be the one. He wants to be the one that made it. When in reality, it's probably both Stallman and Linus at the same time. It's like the perfect storm, so to speak. The right product at the right time, and so on and so on. Linus even thought about using the BSD license, but it was caught up in a lawsuit with Bell or Berkeley University or something like that. I can't remember. But what you just said is how Richard Stallman betrays history. Richard Stallman don't give a fuck about what really happened. He only cares about his agenda. Richard Stallman is a massive conspiracy theorist. Like, he's not. He runs around conventions and putting aluminum foil around his name badges because there is chips in them that the government can track from outer space. Happened more than once. Richard Stallman has threatened to leave interviews if the interviewer challenges his viewpoint. No. The GNU license is from 1983, I think it is. The license was well ready. Again, you don't know what you're talking about. I have researched this subject for close to 30 years. Okay? I will not call myself an expert in it, but I know a shit ton about it. Not only did I live it, and was a toxic Linux user for about 10 years. Like I said, I went to convenience stores and computer stores to debate salespersons why they were having Windows out there and how it was against humanity and all that fucking bullshit. I was a cult member of the Richard Stallman fan club. Until I realized what was going on. Until I grew up. I know my shit when it comes to this. I know it sounds arrogant. I know it sounds Like, oh, you think you know it all. It's actually something I know a bit about. It's kind of like going up to someone that has been a programmer for 30 years or a mechanic for 30 years and say they know nothing. I know better. I actually know my shit. What made me see the light? Researching the Free Software Foundation in GNU. Watching more and more interviews with Richard Stallman and stuff like that. That was kind of what... I hate this. Linux came out in 1992. The GNU Public License versions 2 came out in 1991. I'm not saying... This is where the stupidity of human race comes in when they're in a tribe. I've never said Ballmer was good. Where? Find it. Yes, Steve Ballmer is the best dude ever. I've never said that. Come... Are you really that stupid? So, the GNU license version 2 have existed a year before Linus did Linux. So the statement that I love this shit, I love debugging, you idiots. So they had to have commercial license because GNU license was not ready. It was ready a year before. Or was it even 2003? Now I can't fucking remember when Linux came out. Now I'm getting confused. Let's get the right... Oh, well, it was released in 2001, September 2001. I will be corrected. So it has existed for 3 months. About... June, July, August... Yeah, 4 months. 4 months. So you want to know why he chose the GPL? Him and Richard Stallman had a talk. And it's debatable, depending on who you talk to. If you talk to Linus, he will say that he had talked to Richard Stallman. I can't remember. I think it was over email. But that don't matter at all. But they talked together. And Richard Stallman didn't like that Linus was using a proprietary software and was explaining that it could help his project and they could help each other and so on. So Linus was like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea, and therefore he went with the GPL. If you listen to the Richard Stallman version, he convinced Linus to use the GPL because Linus did not want it. Well, Linus, like I said, was debating on using BSD and so on and so on. I would not go so far to say that Richard Stallman convinced Linus. I think it was 2 people had a conversation, and one of them made a good argument that the GPL would be good for the project, and the other one was like, yeah, that could probably be a good idea, and therefore they did it. But convincing sounds a little bit like, oh, I made them see the light. Again, a lot of people are talking about, like, it's out there, all of this. It's also publicly known that Richard Stallman hates Linux. Because he hates Linux because it's not pushing the political views of the Free Software Foundation. Words out of his mouth. I have a video about it on my channel. And Linus don't like Richard Stallman and the Free Software Foundation because they are doing exactly what they're saying they're not doing. The version 3.0 or version 3 it's becoming more and more limited. They want more and more control. So you have to think a little bit about it like this. Linus Torvalds is an engineer. Richard Stallman is a political activist, and he'd say so himself. What? No. Where the fuck are you getting this? Who's telling you this? Like, where are you getting this information from? In the 90s, nobody really there was a little bit. There's always a group of people. There's always someone. But most people in the 90s, when they used Linux, was not really that into the big Windows war, proprietary software war. Linux in the 90s was already back then starting to become something in the server market. Linux in the 90s was where Linux almost outcompeted Unix. That was kind of the focus of Linux, was outcompeting Unix. And people built like Red Hat, SUSE, and all of those, Debian, all of those. Debian is not really an enterprise distribution. It became, but SUSE and Red Hat, that's one of the biggest enterprise distributions right now, started in the mid to late 90s. They wanted to do this Unix competing thing, and they were interesting to see if Linux could be good on the desktop. But Linux on the desktop was not really a focus either back then. It was just something like, some people used it because they hated Microsoft. Some people used it because they didn't like Microsoft. But most people used Linux because it was a new, interesting thing in the 90s. But in the 90s, Linux on the desktop was way under 1%. Like, way under 1%, man. Like, almost nobody used Linux on the desktop in the 90s. And here's the thing. Linus didn't make Linux as a desktop competitor. That Red Hat did, SUSE did, Slackware did, Debian did. They took the kernel and made distributions to be this desktop software. Linus was not really that interesting in it. Still isn't, somewhat not today either. Linux was never built as a desktop. I think Linux is 3.1 or 2% nowadays or something like that. But Linux was never built as a desktop system. Linus made Linux for a workstation. And to be more, go more in depth, Linus' goal with Linux was to make a scientific development station, like you had like a degree in development and so on. That translates into really good servers, but not that good fucking desktops. Linux has never been meant for the desktop. Linus didn't make Linux to say fuck you to proprietary software or say fuck you to Windows, Microsoft, or any other operating system. That was what Red Hat did, SUSE did, and all of those other independent projects did. And they are free to do so. There is a reason why Linux is not that good on the desktop. It's because it's never really been focused on the desktop. Even Ubuntu don't really focus Linux for the desktop. It's more of a workstation. Like Fedora don't even have a desktop version. They have a workstation. And if you know just a little bit about computing, there is a big difference between workstation and home desktop. Not the same. Look a lot the same, can do a lot of the same thing, but not the same. Yeah. Most of Linux effort on the desktop is on the volunteer basis. There are like Sorian and Mint could be debated that they have quite a bit of backing behind them, but I think I looked at Linux Mint's financials last year, and they have about 1 million or 2 million in the bank, dollars in the bank, which is not much. Well, GNU NEP have never been about the software. Richard Stallman, I think I have this in my video with Richard Stallman versus Linus Torvalds. Richard Stallman, and he has said this many times, and I'm paraphrasing here, is that the goal of GNU and GNU software is not to provide secure, stable software, but to push a political narrative idea. That it's being stable and secure is just a somewhat benefit, but not the goal. So he don't give a fuck about how secure your system is. He just wanted it to be open source and push a narrative and a political idea. He don't give a fuck about how stable it is. That's not his goal. That's not their goal. And it's been like that from the beginning. And that's why he's angry at Linus Torvalds, because Linus Torvalds want you to have a good, stable, secure system. And don't give so much a fuck about the political aspect of it. The internet kind of exploded when Linux became, somewhat stable as a server. Well, BSD was in a lawsuit in the early 90s, so yeah. No, most apps in Linux is not GNU. Nope. There's probably, if you look at the repository, there's probably more non-GNU apps than there is GNU apps. I'm not going to look over 21,000, 22,000, 60,000 applications. But yeah, there's probably... I'm speculating here. I'm really speculating here. But if you look at the software in a repository, probably 1% of it is GNU products. All the rest is other people's work. In a distribution, like the software that comes with a distribution, maybe 10%, 10-15% of all the software on a newly installed distribution is GNU. But I don't know this as a fact, but I know that there's not, like, people, they think that when they open a Libre of it, that it's a GNU software. It's not a GNU software. Of any, of most, of Ubuntu, Red Hat, SUSE, Fedora, yeah, you go nuts. There are probably one Linux distribution or two Linux distributions that's 100% GNU software. I doubt it, but never say never. No. The Free Software Foundation's purpose is not to give you free software that everyone can access. The Free Software Foundation's purpose is to make everything open source and spreading the political aspect of that. Because they don't like proprietary software. They don't care about it being free or easily access to basic tool or OS. They don't give a fuck about that. What they want is to have free and easy access to the source code. That's the only thing they care about. to give you free and easy access to the source code. Stallman is again, well, free software then. Free software, sorry. Free software. You know, free software. That's the purpose of the TPL. And the free software. And the Free Software Foundation's goal is to spread that political idea and viewpoint. Okay, you get what I'm trying to say here? You know, do you know why? Okay, let me ask you this. Do you know why Richard Stallman is against open source? Explain to me why Richard Stallman is against open source. Or he's not against... Well, explain to me why he don't like the word open source. Why the fuck is Mantweaver a developer? What? Have someone messed with Wikipedia again? I asked you a question. Explain to me why Richard Stallman don't like open or the word open source. Oh, with his flute, yeah. Basically, yeah, now he's Googling. Why the fuck is it saying Mantweaver? Wikipedia is a mess sometimes, man. I asked you a question. Why is Richard Stallman against open source? The word open source. I don't have to Google it. I know it. Why did they say Mantweaver? It must be a mistake. But if you know it, then explain it to me, for fuck's sake. I'm not going to talk to you until you explain it to me. Pretend I don't know. Onyx systems, I remember that. Okay, so you don't know. That's what you're telling me. You don't know. You don't play games. You exactly do play games. You're gaslighting. You're trying to bend things I say to fit your narrative. You're not willing to give an argument, a valid, good argument to back up your points when you're asked for it. But you want me to do it. I'm asking you to do what you require of me. I'm asking you to do the same. And if you're not willing to do that, we are not playing on the same playground. We're not even playing in the same fucking school. If you require something from me, I am also requiring the same for you. You want to test my knowledge, I want to test your knowledge. It's a simple thing. If you're not willing to put that little work into it, we cannot have a conversation. Because then you're just a sheep. And apparently a sheep that don't know what they're talking about. Why is it saying Mantweaver? Why are you saying Mantweaver? Yeah, now you're just being fucking stupid. Here, enjoy your time out. Oh, I used to love Mandrake. Oh, I remember this installer. Yeah, I have no patience for fucking people like that. They have the IQ of a fucking apple with a worm in it. And the worm has more fucking brain power than they have. I've dealt with him before. It's one of those, either he's a troll or he's just really fucking stupid. Oh, I miss Mandrake. Yeah, I do, but you know why? You know why? Because people that think they know what they're talking about, they love to challenge people that know what they're talking about. So, have you ever seen a soldier or a policeman, off-duty policeman, soldier going into a pub? And then you see those guys that always want to fight them to prove something. To prove that they are tougher than they are. That's what these kind of people are. He wants to prove, or she, I don't know what it is, wants to prove to themselves that, oh my god, I'm smarter than this fucking YouTuber, so therefore, blah, blah. It's the same thing. It's the same mentality. Like, if you see like someone that's a police officer, or soldier, or, you know, some badass fucking guy in a bar, and you see all these insecure little fucking small penises dipshits go up and harass them because they have to prove that they are tougher than they are. That's what this person is doing. If this person was so fucking brilliant, go make a YouTube channel about Linux. Go nuts. I will help them set up the YouTube channel, help them edit, learn how to edit, give them all the sources in I will help them do every fucking thing they want. Make a fucking YouTube channel. I don't give a fuck about how tough you think you are, how smart you think you are. I can't use that for anything. Hey, if you want me to prove stuff to you, I expect you to prove stuff to me also. If you can't provide that information, we can't play. Then we can't have a conversation. It's not a one-way street conversation. You can't slap me in the face and expect me to just stand there and take it. Yeah, it's typical of insecure people. It's so typical. He was sent from the Discord communities. I don't give a fuck. If they are, here's the thing. You want to disprove to me that Linux is not full of crazy ass, stupid, toxic people? Don't do shit like that. Don't do shit like that. That's proving my point. Like, every time a Linux user yell and scream at me, you are proving my point. A lot of people like Chrome OS. I have not done much with it, other than I think I touched it 1 or 2 times. But yeah, a lot of people like it. I just don't see a need for it for myself. But a lot of people like it. But I'm not that well versed in it, to be honest. I don't really do anything with, like, I actually don't like Google that much. I do like a lot of their products, but I don't like the company that much. I wish OneDrive was better than Google Drive. I wish Microsoft Office Online was better than Google Docs, but Google makes a lot of great products. It's just a fucking shitty company. It's like I can't explain it. I can't explain it better than that. I'm sorry. Hey, Lamer. Yeah, I love Windows 11. I have no problem with Windows 11. Dude, I didn't say I was better. Again, you were twisting my words. I didn't say I was better than other Linux users. I say I probably know more than a lot of other Linux users. Learn to speak English. Yeah, a lot of people don't like Office Online. Yeah, NetBSD and OpenBSD is quite good distros. They've also been around for a long time. I actually ran NetBSD for a short while. Yeah, I'm really thinking about it, too. Really think. If you want to buy me a Mac Mini, you're more than welcome, man. I'll be making shit ton of videos on it. Oh, no. I actually have a video about Windows security. The detection rate of Windows security, if you are online, like you have access, because Windows Defender is highly cloud-based. So you need an access to the internet to get fully function of the cloud database and stuff like that. But the detection rate is, I think it's like 99.96%. It's in the top 10 best virus detectors or antiviruses when it comes to detection rate. So you don't need a third. What I would do is, like, I use a third-party antivirus, but it's more out of habit because I've done it since the fucking 90s. At work, everything runs Windows Defender. Never had a problem. What I would do just to be a little bit more at ease, I would be installing, let's say, a malware detector. So what is it called? Bitdefender. What is it called? Is it Bitdefender? What the fuck is it called? Malwarebyte. I will be running that also. And then scan your computer once a week with Malwarebyte. But the detection rate and the reliability of Windows Defender or Windows Security, if you have access to the internet, because it's heavily cloud-based, that means that as long as you have internet connection, you have a 99.96, I think, % chance of getting everything, off your computer. The only thing Windows security is not that good at is malware. That's why I will recommend using a Malwarebyte. Yeah, I have one guy at work. I installed Malwarebyte on his computer because he clicked on some stuff he should not have been clicking on. So he needed a little bit extra security. But Windows security is... So here's the thing. What you are getting with Kaspersky, AVG, Avast, and all of those, Bitdefender, and all those things, they give you something. They give you like VPNs. They give you dark web protection. They give you data theft protection and stuff like that. Windows security don't give you that. So if you want to know if your information is being leaked to the dark web, you go with one of those things that protect you against that. One of those antivirus tools. If you want to make sure that your personal data is not on the web, go with one of those tools. That's what you're getting with Kaspersky and all the others. It is all the extra added security. Some of them even help you be more secure when you're shopping and stuff like that. And for some people, that can be really valuable. And some don't care about it. Or don't need it. I don't use it. I never used any of those things. Well, I have used a VPN before, but I don't, like... If you're on the internet, you always just automatically assume that your email address is all over the place. Like, just assume that because it is. Your email address, no matter what the fuck it is, it's already all over the fucking place. You can't do anything about that. And your address is probably also on the dark web somewhere. A lot of things that don't really mean anything for you is probably all, or don't matter that much to your daily life, is probably almost all over the dark web. What I would use them for is like credit card protection and stuff like that. There are some antivirus suites that give you really good credit card security, billing security. They validate websites before you go into them if they are, upholding the standards of shopping security and so on and so on. Yeah. I never enable notifications from any website. No, it's really fucking crazy. And nowadays, they can install it on Edge via an extension, so it's not a virus or malware. So they just activate an extension on your browser, and you will get like, oh, you have a virus, oh, you have this, and oh, you have that. Click this link, and you'll be, come in contact with a fucking Indian scam or somewhere. So they just make extensions nowadays, because antiviruses don't detect them as malware and antiviruses. So never enable any notifications or pop-ups. If there comes a bubble up here, we want to do X, Y, and Z, click no. No. Or up here, click no. Want to see your location? No. Want to enable this? No. Want to have access to this? No. No. Should be the default setting for almost anything online. Yeah, I had a computer. It took me a fucking hour to figure out what was wrong. I was scanning it, malware scanning it, and it keep coming up down here in the informations notification here. Edge, you have a virus, and then it was Norton, McAfee, and they just like, why is two different antivirus software that you don't even have installed telling you that you have a virus without having anything open? And it turned out that it was an extension in Chrome, not Chrome, Edge, that a site had enabled when he went on to it. Yeah. Here's how you look at Linux the way you look at Windows. If you think you need an antivirus scanner on Windows, you need it for Linux. If you think you need a firewall for Windows, you need it on Linux. Just because you haven't had a virus under Linux yet, don't mean you won't. Just because you don't have had a breach, because you didn't have a firewall, don't mean you won't. Assuming security is basically the biggest mistake you can do. It's that simple. Assuming that you just are secure because you're running Linux, or assuming this and that, no. I'm not saying that you will ever get a virus under Linux, but it takes no effort. It takes no time. It won't matter any bit whatsoever to you to have an antivirus under Linux. And run it once a week or something like that. Those 5 minutes it takes to scan your fucking computer, who gives a fuck? It gives you added security. Do you 1000% need it? I would say 80%. Do you need a firewall? Yes. I don't give a fuck what OS you're on, always have a firewall running. There's this fun statistic that the second you plug your computer into the internet, within seconds, people are trying to access your computer. Within seconds, they are pinging your computer from the outside. So having a firewall up is a little bit like closing the door each night. You know, is it totally necessary? Yeah. Well, there's no every white paper, security study, and so on, I have looked at, have all said that Windows versus Linux security comes down to opinions more than facts, meaning that there is no concrete evidence that either Windows is more secure or Linux is more secure. The same with open source software. It's more based on opinion than fact that it's better or not. They can't find any evidence that proprietary software is better, more stable, more secure, and the same with open source. It all is opinions. It comes more down to the people actually developing it. You know, the developer. You know, how good are they as developer, blah, 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 blah. But again, never assume security. Never assume security. You could also just say, I don't give a fuck, and that's totally fine, man. Like, Eslik has this mentality that I have never had a virus under Linux, so I don't need an antivirus. And I just hope he never lives long enough to get a virus on Linux. Because here's the thing. It's not a matter of will it happen. It's a matter of when will it happen that someone gets a virus under Linux. It's uninevitable. It will happen at some point. You know the saying, if it can happen, it will happen. Developers. Apparently, I love Richard or Steve Ballmer because I don't like Richard Stallman, so therefore I must love Steve Ballmer. So if I don't like dark chocolate, I must love white chocolate. That's how the world works, people. If you don't like Chinese, you have to love Korean food, I guess, or something like that. Or American food. That's how the world works, people. That's the combined intelligence of the amazing internet. If you don't like something, you must love something else. That's the total opposite. Yeah, you should install Linux. Yeah. Then you love Steve Jobs. Yeah, they get rootkits and malware. Yeah, there are viruses for Linux out there. There's actually quite a few, not a lot, but quite a few viruses for the Linux server market also. But yeah, they are more mostly susceptible. What is the word? They are mostly their biggest issue is rootkits and stuff like that, you know. Well, my friend, with the Stallman personify software, he does exactly that, dude. Yeah, an Intel i7. Yeah, it's really. I use a i5 6000 series or 8000 series at work, and I code on and I do all kind of crazy shit. Oh, just go on to Wikipedia and find viruses. There's a lot of viruses on Linux. When I say a lot, of course not as many as on the Windows and Mac OS, but they are out there. Yeah, Malwarebyte is quite good, yeah. Yeah, I've seen people say, I've seen people call malware viruses and rootkit viruses and no, Bomber took my donuts away. He took my donuts away. I'm a sad man now. He ate my donuts and he was really sweaty. His armpits smelled like shit. So not only did he eat and take my donuts, I have to fucking smell his sweaty ass armpits. And it took me a day to get that stink out of my fucking room. So I'm a really sad panda right now. At least Steve Jobs, when he stole my shit, he smelled nice. Obama was really weird. Like, really a weird cookie, man. He was really fucking weird. Like, he has to have had some, or have, I don't think he's dead. He has to have some mental problems somewhere. Yeah, Edge Application Guard. I don't know how good that is, though. I rarely use, well, I do use Edge quite a lot, but not, like, if I see a suspicious link, I don't click on it at all. At all. If I really have to, I open up VirtualBox and then I open up hey, here's the, my beautiful Danish Viking queen. I just open up some crazy ass virtual machine and then click the link in there. And if I have suspicion that it took something down, I just delete the virtual machine. More than likely, I'll be using Linux for that, just to make sure. I don't use uBlock. I don't see that as a security device. Oh, well, I do use uBlock at work, but I don't see it as a security device. You have many, many layers going on, like a pancake, or like a layer cake. Funny enough, I don't use that much security. I have an antivirus running and a firewall. That's it. I think you can also do too much. Here's the thing with password managers. Repeat my words. If it's convenient, the more convenient it is, the less secure it is. I don't use password managers. Well, I use pen and paper and some other methods, but I don't use password managers. Like, you're putting all your trust into one place. And you do know the saying about having all your eggs in one basket? And especially a basket you're not carrying or handling yourself. It's like giving your newborn child to some stranger. And they're like, yeah, I'm going to take care of it, feed it, and they're just walking away, and you just see it like once in a while when you have to, oh, is my kid alive? Yep, here it is, okay. You have no fucking idea what's going on. I even if it's on my own server, I will not trust key managers, password managers. At least not for like really security places. If it's to log in on Facebook, and yeah, probably. But for work-related shit and stuff like that, and if you're working in government places, I will not trust it at all. That makes no sense. Do you mean you can copy paste the database and have a copy on a secure place? That still don't make you secure if they breach the password manager database. Yeah, again, repeat what I just said. The more convenient it is, the less secure it is. This is not just something I say. This goes for personal protection, guarding, police, military, everything that has to do with security. The easier it is for you to use, the less secure it is. I watch a lot of body cams, okay? I watch a lot of body cam footage. I love that shit because it shows you how stupid people really are. And there's a lot of people that, oh, I don't want to get you, you know, they get they ask for their phone and then they don't want to give them their password. And they start to get, you know, angry and stuff like that. You know what the police does? They take their fucking thumb and put it on the screen, and now they have access to their fucking phone. Everything. Or they just put the phone into their fucking face, and it unlocks everything. Biometric security on your phone is shit. Because if you refuse to talk to them, they just need your thumb or one fucking finger. Or your face, and they have access to your fucking phone. But if you only use password, and you shut your fucking mouth, they need to crack that shit. I can't explain how, like, it's so funny to see all of these batshit crazy people refusing this and that, and then the police just take their fucking thumb and put it on the phone, and now they have access to everything. Yeah, biometrics is fucking, like, at least on phones, it's so stupid. It's not secure at all. You can take my phone. I could be sleeping with my dick in my hand, and you don't barely need any light. Barely need any light. Put the phone on top of my fucking head, and you have access to everything on my phone. You can put like one of those little lights that like one of those 1, 2, 3 watt lights on that gives just ambient light just a little bit, and you can unlock my phone, and I have no idea you've been in it. Yeah, take care, Virtualized Space, and thanks for the video about. It looks really nice. I think it's almost the same model as mine. Yeah, I hope to get macOS soon, yeah. If you run around with Face ID and think that's secure and all of that fucking shit, no, it's not. It's not. Yes, your data is secured on the phone. People can't just go and get your fingerprints and your Face ID on the phone. But it's really easy to get into your phone. You know. I don't know if the right target people will break into your place, your LAM and labs, into replace your LAM. No, but you get the idea here. Like, you can take my phone off the table at a pop and put it up to my face for 1 second, then it's unlocked and you can run away. You just have to make sure it never locks again. And then you can go into settings and disable Face ID. It's that simple. Or I could be passed out, drunk out of my ass, and you can take my phone and put, it on my thumb, then it's unlocked, then you can disable biometrics and set, and run away and reset it to factory defaults and run away. Or look at my pictures or whatever the fuck you want. All my 1 testicle pictures I have on my phone and run away. It's 10 p.m. It's Linux use, like I said, Linux users, they replace a toxic Linux user's laptop with a ski. They will get confused. What is this port system? Why do I have to compile stuff? What is compiling? What is compiling flags? What is make and make install and .config do? I'm confused. Yeah, Linux users, they... Oh yeah, you can script it. Yeah. Like I said, most Linux users know... They really don't know much about Linux. Like, I'm really sorry to say it, but they really fucking don't. Show them like FS tab or M tab, is it called MS or M tab? And they have no fucking idea what's going on in there. They don't understand that's actually how Linux see your files, external file systems. Like, and it's such a fundamental, simple thing about Linux. They barely know and understand the file structure of the Linux file system. Heck, I fucking forgot a lot about it until I look into it, but it's this thing or this mentality that because I use Linux, I am better than you. I hate that mentality. Just because I use Linux, I'm smarter than you. Just because I use Linux, I am a better whatever than you. It makes no sense. And they honestly know nothing when it comes to it. Let's be honest here. Like, let's be honest. You don't need to know much about Linux to respin and make a Linux distribution. I made a video about a really simple program called Cubic. I don't even know if it's still existing. For Ubuntu-based... it seems to be somewhat active. I had people in there ask me, how do I set the default wallpaper in my distribution? I'm like, you want to make your own distribution and you can't even set an icon set or wallpaper. You should not be making your own distribution. Period. I had a fucking Indian guy wanted to pay me and Esnik $5 a day to make a distro for them because they had no idea what to do. They had a website up. I'm not joking here. They have a website up publicizing and advertising for the future distribution for home, school, work, and servers. Support this and support that, and we can make this for you and do that. And they didn't even fucking know how the SKAL folder worked in Linux. I was like, and me and Estek was like, what the fuck are you on about? Learn what you're going to do before you sell a product. Oh, I already have schools lined up that want it and stuff. I'm like, oh god, no, please don't sell it to anyone. I'm like, no. What do you do if they come and ask for questions? Oh, can I not just pay you $5 to fix? Oh, no. This is the kind of fucking people we are dealing with, people. And this is not the first time this has happened. It happens almost not daily, but weekly. On my little fucking insignificant channel. Where someone have this big fucking idea of making the next Ubuntu, and they can't do a simple fucking thing under Linux. Oh, I made the ISO. How do I burn it onto a USB device? Oh. Brain hurts. My testicles just dropped. Brain hurts. Oh, God. Like, people, they really think that they are, like... That's when you think you are smart and you actually massively stupid comes into play. Like, learn what the fuck you're going to do before you're going to do it. This here is like ChatGPT for coders. You use this tool when you know what this tool does and how to do it manually. Then you use this tool. Oh, DDoS the forums, yeah. I'm and they just expect everyone to drop everything to help them. And I'm like, hey, you're a Linux user. You say you are smarter than the average person and blah, 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 blah. Figure it out. Google it. Most Linux users, this is really funny. Most really smart, intelligent Linux users come to you with a question that takes 2 seconds to Google to get the answer to. So I sometimes I ask them, are you asking me to be your personal Google assistant or something like that? Are you too lazy to like Google what you just told me into Google and you will find the solution? Or do you want me to Google it for you and then, you know, send the link to you? Oh god. Yeah. Reddit. Oh my god. Yeah, people should not be fucking doing distributions. They should not. If you don't know how to build a Linux distribution with the native tools that comes with the distribution, most distributions have their own way of respinning their distribution. Like Arch ISO, Live, what the fuck is it called in the Debian side and Ubuntu side? Live something? Live ISO or Live Build or something like that. If you don't know how to use those tools, don't do it. Okay? Don't do it. It's that simple. And for love of God, learn what the SKEL folder does under Linux. It's the most important fucking folder if you're respinning a distribution, or one of them at least. You know what the fun thing is? When I talk to Windows users, they seem to be fucking way smarter than Linux users. Even about Linux, they seem to understand Linux better than Linux users. Yeah, making a distribution is so easy nowadays. So fucking easy. You could teach a 5th grader to do it in a day. Well, I will not go that far. Just use the built-in tools that the distro have. That's in, you learn what you need to know by doing that. You don't need to, like, you know, compile the kernel and busybus this and I don't care what fucking operating system you use. I really don't. From now on, when someone tells me what operating system they use, I don't give a fuck. I don't know. The only people that I use Arch, by the way, or I use, by the way, is Arch users. And it's so outdated that my testicles is younger than that fucking saying. Like, be a little bit more fucking original. Okay? I honestly don't give a fuck what operating system distributes. Like, I'd rather fucking hear about Hestia putting cables into the fucking ground with a pitchfork and the devil on her side. I'd rather watch Crash fucking disappear into thin air because of heat than I'm interested in what distro you're running or OS you're running. Unless it's part of a conversation we have. I'd rather take a shit than knowing that. It's the way to start from scratch. You don't need to go that deep into it. Like, you can also overdo something. Again, look at the problem and take necessary steps towards it. That's what you do. You don't overkill, you don't underkill. You know, if you have to hunt down a fucking elk or something like that, you don't explode it, or you don't just shoot, you know, a fucking hair off its back. You use the proper methods. You use what makes sense. I do use Ubuntu. I use Ubuntu and OpenSUSE Tumbleweed. And Windows. And Haiku. Anything else you want to know? When I last shaved my balls or something like that, that's probably as interesting to those people. I like, fucking hell. If the aliens ever comes to Earth and they see like a group of Linux users, they are like, oh, fucking hell, let's get away from this batshit crazy fucking Earth. I have used Arch for... I started in 2008. And I stopped in... Well, I didn't really stop there. 10 years? I used Arch for 10 years. Yeah. Like, really, really use Arch for 10 years. I think I've really stopped paying attention to Arch. But Arch Linux is... Like, why are people so... Like, what's so great with Arch Linux? It's not giving me anything I don't get under Tumbleweed, for example, or Debian testing or SID. Like, here's the thing I always say to people. If you are a really Linux expert, it should not matter what distribution you are running, because you know how to run and acquire whatever you want on any Linux distribution. It's that simple. You know how to tweak, set it up to do exactly what you want it to do. It's just a matter about how inconvenient is it for you to do it. That's the question. But I can do exactly everything. I have videos and live streams about how to install Tumbleweed the same way as Arch, with the same control, etc., etc., etc. Now, Arch Linux is nothing special. It's really fucking... It's overhyped. It's one of the most overhyped distributions to ever exist. Not by Arch itself, but by its users. Because Arch is the perfect example of the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's the perfect example. It exposes you to enough that you think you're an expert. It gives you karma on Reddit, yeah. And nerd bonus at home. And no one cares, no girls cares, nobody gives a fuck. Like, if there's 100 people that have got laid because they run Arch Linux, I would be the most surprised person on earth. I don't think that line works anywhere with a girl that, hey lady, you look fucking amazing today. I use Arch, by the way. Wink, wink. Oh my god, you handsome man, let me suck your fucking dirty penis. Yeah, that has never happened in life. I refuse to believe that. It's men, dirty ass fucking sweaty ass men boosting to other dirty ass, sweaty men. For some fucking reason. I don't know why, but they are. Yeah, build a Cody box inside a Windows radio. So yeah, that won't even fucking work. I don't think girls care much about what operating system you're running. There are probably a few of them out there, but most girls won't. Like, if you have an old OS2 WAP system running on a vendor's computer, she's not getting so fucking wet that she's, like, you need fucking, diving suit on to be around her. And the apartment underneath was complaining about water damage. Not even the applications, man. There are really few fucking girls that give a fuck about computers and software. Especially, like, even nerds. Like, even a nerdy girl don't want to sit and talk about operating systems on a date. Nobody wants to do that. Oh, I love your eyes in this light. Oh, it's like looking at an fresh install of Arch Linux. Oh, my plot is pumping all over the place like the first time I used the GNOME desktop. What is your favorite desktop or Windows environment? Why do you use desktop's environment over Windows managers? Oh, tell me, young, beautiful woman. Yeah, that's the easiest way to being single for the rest of your life. Oh, well, again, girls don't give a fuck. And nobody gives a fuck about that if you're on a date. Yeah, but I'm so fed up with Linux users. I never have to talk about this shit with Windows users or Mac users. Never. Never. Why? There must be a reason why. And I really want to know that reason. But, yeah. I am I'm speechless, man. I'm really fucking speechless. I'm really fucking am. It's the more I deal with Linux users, the more I am convinced that they are not Linux, they are not tech users. They it's some weird ass alien breed where the DNA sequence got fucking damaged or something like that, and then they got thrown into Earth to pester us all as a punishment for being crazy or something like that. It's yeah. Again, why do Linux users have to go on to Windows videos to talk about Linux when it has nothing to do with the video? Nope. Again, no other people than Linux users do that. Well, vegans does. And you don't want to be compared to crazy vegans. It's I'm and the fun thing is, it's mostly kids doing it, you know. Privacy and security. Yeah, stop using YouTube then. Okay? That would take care of like 10% of your privacy issues. Stop connecting to the internet. That would take care of about 80% of your security, privacy issues and security issues. Oh yeah, X is a mess. But don't say that to Linux users. You cannot criticize Linux. You are now speaking ill of the Holy Father. Father, you cannot talk ill of our Father. No, 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 no. You cannot say bad things about our protector Linux, like Linux Christ. You shall go to Windows hell. You bad person. I am so ashamed that I used to be like those fucking people. I really am. It bugs me to this day that I was that fucking idiot, stupid. And I was that gullible. That's true. Use the internet. Use the internet. Just don't talk about Linux, please. Just don't be a fucking asshat. Use the internet. Hestia needs more games to play. Oh, really? OpenBSD, that's interesting. Yeah, it's... It's like talking about that you hate other people steal, and then you go to the shop to steal bread all day. Every day. Okay? Get it. Got it. Understand. You are a hypocrite. Yeah, physical. Yeah. Well, what is the saying that physical access is 100% access or something like that? I am. I really want to live in the world that the Linux users live in. I think that has actually happened before with Discord, Brian. He's actually Danish, this fucking amazing hair guy dude. Windows 95. Let's have this playing in the background just to piss off people. Hey, welcome back, Lamer. Stream element bot is warning. Hey! It only took you, God knows how many hours. Is someone calling crash at like almost 11 fucking PM? Oh, no, it's a helicopter. I think it's a helicopter. What the fuck? Why do we have a helicopter out right now? They're probably looking for me. It's Linux users. They have found me. Oh no. They are boarding me with fucking Spec Ops soldiers now. I'm getting fucking sieged. Oh, it seems like they've flown away. I did not know X was that fucking massively insecure. Oh yeah, it needs to recompile itself, yeah. How is your spanking going with Becky, by the way, Lamer? Are you still getting all looped up, spanked up, and whatnot? I discovered this show 10 years ago or something like that. Do I need to talk to Becky about, oh, it's been a while. What have you done? Did you fart in her face? You dirty ass little man. Oh, you watched it in the 80s. Yeah, it's fucking going on for a while. I've seen, like, random episodes here and there as a kid. Yeah, you probably need a good spanking. We need to get Becky to put you down in her dungeon of the light. And really fucking give it to you. Yeah, different area, yeah. A lot more analog back then. Here's a good argument for people that are bitching about having to upgrade their hardware when software becomes more and more capable. Let's all live with computers from the 90s, then we can't play any of the games we have today. We would all be stuck with Tetris and Pac-Man. I hate this argument. Oh, I have to upgrade my computer to run this thing. Yeah, of course, you fucking idiot. That's how the world works. Things are new, then they get old, then you have to upgrade. And yes, it costs money, and yes, it sucks. But be a fucking grown-ass fucking human for once. Yeah, you can actually learn a lot from this show, yeah. But if you're a Linux user, you probably won't. Yeah. Assembly language, yeah. Oh yeah, hexadecimal. We messed around with that in the 90s also a little bit. I remember I hacked a game with like you could expand your storage capacity and get unlimited armor or bullets and stuff like that by doing a hex editor to the game. I can't remember the game now. There's a few games that used where we could do that in a hex editor. Also used a hex editor to find serial codes for software and stuff like that back in the day. I don't know who Hex TSL is. Our games in the 90s was actually not that bad. This is macOS? Yeah, books and articles, that's right, yeah. Oh, so he's like me then. To see the refresh rate and the monitor, the CRT monitor. Man, I used to have one of those shitty ass old massive CRT monitors that took up a whole desk. I think they are back at it again. Hey, Don. Like Microsoft do a lot for STEM right now. Have done for many, many years. I think they do. They just do it in different ways. Like they do it more online now than they do it like they did like with books and stuff. And Microsoft also do a lot of sponsoring computers and software and hardware to schools and universities and stuff like that. Just like Apple do. Like if Hestia could go back to this time, she could fucking lay down some cables. Because there was a lot of people needing internet back then. Yeah, they were innovative in the 90s, yeah. Yeah, and we have all of these fucking remasters of this and that, and yeah, it's, yeah. I'm just fucking messing around with Hestia today. Well, it didn't die, it just moved on to the internet, Brian. That's kind of the thing. It moved on to the internet. And they didn't advertise it as much as they probably should have. Like, if you go on to learn, is it Microsoft.learn or something like that? They have, like, you can take a fucking PhD in computer science from that site for free. Microsoft has a fucking amazing educational system. Oh, time travel is not in your job description. Fuck. And here I thought you were the almighty fucking cable laying history, okay? I must have overestimated your powers then. Now, Microsoft has always been really good at doing educational content. It's just hard to get or find. Like, you need to know where it is. I always used Microsoft a lot to learn stuff from and look at, but they always had it put behind crazy fucking shortcuts and all of that fucking like you need to sign up, make an account, and then it was there and there and all. It's never been easy to find. It's a little bit easier today to find with Microsoft Learn, but back in the day, you kind of have to hunt it down. It was there, but you need to know what the fuck was going on. You need a course just to find the course. Yeah. I liked Windows 95. It was fun to mess around with. I can't fucking remember how many times I broke in Windows 95 by just messing around in it. Oh, what does this file do? I don't seem to need this one. Delete. Oh, now nothing is working. This is how amazingly brilliant I am. I was looking around the Windows system folders and I was like, oh, kernel.exe. What the fuck is that shit? Kernel? I don't need a kernel.exe. Delete. And Windows just crapped itself. Couldn't boot, couldn't do anything. I just deleted the whole fucking kernel. And other times, like, Explore. I don't need Internet Explorer. And then it was like the File Explorer. Delete that also. Had to restore Windows. Yep. That was me as a teenager. If I didn't know what the fuck it was doing, delete. Delete. Yeah, seems useless, delete, yeah. That was me. It was just, if I didn't know what it was doing or I couldn't figure it out, it was, yeah, I probably don't need this. Just delete. I was of this, I don't know, mindset thinking that, well, if it could hurt the system, I could not see it or something like that. It was protected from me. I see a lot of people getting into coding on Macs nowadays, though. Oh, LucasArts. Oh yeah, this is where like CD-ROMs was kind of the next big thing. Look at those fucking monitors. And you want 4K and stuff like that. Fuck you, man. Get like a 14-inch fisheye monitor. Be happy. You're in tangent. It's Windows XP here. I don't need this cable. Worm drive. Do you remember the zip drives? You know, those big drives that had like 500 megabytes or like beefed up floppy drives, basically. Omega Zip, I think they were called. They were really popular in the 90s. Oh, you still have one? Yeah, 102 megabytes. Yeah, they were fucking amazingly big. I really wanted one of those when I was a kid. Zip Slack. Ah. Wait. Look, people. Windows had a backup tool in 95. Ooh. Oh, well, I don't think I need them nowadays, but thank you. Norton Disk Doctor. Yeah, I remember that one. Oh my god, Windows had backup tool. I don't think Linux had this at that area, but I digress. We just threw out like probably 1,000 fucking floppy disks at work like a month ago or something like that from a company. Hey, like, think about this. Almost every, beside macOS, but any other desktop environment other than macOS is basically a copy or evolution of Windows 95's UI. This UI layout is the birthplace of modern UI design. This is where it all started. This is where the premise of a taskbar, start menu, system tray, and all of that fucking started, where we had, you know, the close icons where they are, all of this fucking system started it all. This here is why KDE is the way it is. This here is why Mate and Old GNOME was the way it is. This here is why XFCE is the way it is. You know, this is where it all started. Well, KDE and GNOME looked more like this in the earlier iterations of them. But KDE looks more like modern Windows today, but it all started here. This here set the standard of what people now expect out from a user experience on a desktop. Not Linux, Windows. If you're using Windows or Linux today and you're bitching and moaning about not having desktop icons and a menu list with your applications, that's because of Windows, not Linux. Windows, they made it a standard. Yeah, the 95, 98 style, yeah. Most people want this kind of thing. It's so funny when I see people, oh, I don't like GNOME because you can't do this and that, and I like XFCE and KDE better because they have these UI designs and philosophies. Yeah, all of those stems back from Windows 95. So thank you, Windows, thank you, Microsoft, for making it a standard, I guess. Oh, maybe not thank you, but hey, at least you're the reason why people want that now. So they're bitching about how bad Windows is while they prefer a UI style that Windows pioneered with Windows 95. Okay? Gotcha. But let's not talk about that because Windows is all evil and Linux is all good. Windows 95 probably fucking... no, this has nothing to do with Apple. This layout is not about Apple. This layout somewhat also stems back from Windows 3.11. Yeah, well, Xerox, if we go all that way back, yeah. If you hate someone because they use a distro or operating system, you need to rethink your life. Stanford University, that's a fucking mess right now. Been taken over by wokeism to high heaven and back. Oh, that's a breadboard. I don't think anyone knows, or anyone in here knows what a breadboard is. I wonder how it must have been to live back then. Well, I lived in 95, but being part of is that OS 2? That's OS 2. Yeah, that is OS 2. Well, Microsoft did develop OS 2, so... Wait, OS 2 was that around in 95? Yeah, OS 2 used the common desktop environment for the first couple of releases. That makes no sense. Oh, well, 87, yeah. Could be Solaris, yep. Yep, you're right, it could be Solaris, yeah. Well, this is what OS 2 2.1 looked like, so it could be OS 2. OS 2 did use the common desktop environment at some point. Here. Yeah, Warp is where they went away from. It's OS 2, not CDE. No, Solaris used CDE. You're contradicting yourself again. Stop talking. Just stop talking. I think that would be the best thing to do. Just stop talking. just calm down. Calm down. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. CDE was really heavily used in any Unix system back in the day. Yeah, Linux kind of killed Sun. Yeah. Yeah, it actually almost did. Yeah, it's always 2 dash, not CDE. Okay? Then the next thing you say, no, Solaris used CDE. How does that make sense? I just showed you that OS2 used CDE in OS2 version. What the fuck? 2 points? No, that's not the one. What? I just found it. I am too tired for this shit. Search. Yeah. Then add him. Add him. Add him when you're talking to him. Add him. Do the little add symbol and then his name. Like, I guess you were like 15 years old, so you probably know how to do it. Or Histy is going to like fucking cables around your house so you can't get out. Or take away your cables. IBM, look. Look, they... It's right there, man. It's version 1.8202. Or is that the newsreader? It must be the newsreader. That looks suspiciously a lot like CDE on the OS2. And it is OS2. Yeah, well, CDE I think was open source before Sun did anything with it. I think just Sun took over the development of it. Yeah, take care, Histy. Say goodnight to me in Discord so I know I can sleep well that a sweet girl said goodnight to me. Or else I will cry all night. And don't take my cables away from me while I'm sleeping. Yeah, Iris was a really fun interface. A lot of things was brown back then. I didn't remember that. I think brown was the new thing. Apparently, or not the new thing, but the hip thing. Then Ubuntu brought it back in 2004. Damn, man, people dressed weird in the 90s. Oh, this is also OS2. Wink, wink, notch, notch. Visio, oh my god, that's been fucking ages since I've seen that fucking file extension. Or file name, sorry. I used to mess around with that diagram program in the 90s. Yeah, I remember this program. You could like do architectural buildings and wire diagrams. It was fucking fun to play with. I built my dream house in it and all that fucking shit. In like table, computer room, and oh, I spent way too much time in this fucking program. I didn't do flowcharts so much. Can't remember how the fuck I got my hands on it. I think it was like one of those like you got those you bought those alternative acquired pack with like 6 CDs in it. There was like 10 games and softwares on it with crack codes and whatnot. Yeah, I did this a lot. Fuck, I used too much time doing this shit. No, 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 no. It was just for fun. Just for fun. Oh my god, man! The houses I built, they would probably fall like they were not structurally sound at all. Like support beams and all that fucking shit. I had no concept of that. The frames, how to, the proper way of building a frame for the house. I just made a lot of rooms and put them together. Oh, this seems to be a good size of a room. I had no idea how big it is, but compared to the other rooms, it looked big. Fucking shit, man. I think it was like, I can't, what was it? It must have been in the 90s I did that. Oh, he's a happy, choppy guy. Yeah, they didn't do it back then, though. Oh, see, looks like she's going to stab you in your sleep. That was photo editing back then. What program is that? Paint Shop Pro, or what the fuck is it called? Holy shit, how long does this take? Oh, it's on fire. Why not? It's Picture Publisher or something like that. It's probably his wife or something like that. Yeah, I like it when JSAC owned it also. Now I don't like it so much anymore when Cole brought it up. my god, it's taking forever. What are you doing? Oh, he's getting at a shadow. I think he's showing off multitasking or something like that. I sometimes I like watching videos with no sound on them just to like imagine what they are saying. I don't know why that's fun to me sometimes, but I do like it. It's like a whole new challenge to a video. See if you can understand the concept or the basics of the video without actually hearing them talk. He looks like a clown right now. Just needs some fucking clown makeup on. Now he's sad. He went from happy to sad. Happy clown, sad clown. Happy clown, sad clown. Come on. The guy behind him is just, I fucking want to get over with this shit. Oh, that's it. Damn. I thought we got more Microsoft stuff. Pokemon. Hey, testicle bird, testicle bird. Why the fuck do they do that? Well, there must be a reason why they're still using it. Like 90s computers, but it makes like... Well, if it does the job and they can make money, I guess I have no... It makes like really no sense to me. Watching 90s people are fun. Oh, the vinyl print. Ah, that could... Yeah, that kind of makes sense now. I can see that. Yeah, that makes sense. And vinyls kind of died in the 90s also, so it makes really sense. When we got a computer in like a couple months ago from my optician, I think it's called, the eye doctor thingies. It was on Windows XP machine, I think it was. They were still running. I think it was XP. Or was it 98? I can't remember right now. But anyway, I need to go. I have work tomorrow. I need to convince my boss of spending more money. Oh, those kind of vinyls. I was thinking about records. So decals. Yeah. Oh well. If it works, it works. Yeah. See you all later and have an amazing day, and let's hope Monday is not going to be too fucking crazy, man. And I will see if I can fucking get that OCR up and running. Well, I have it up and running, but I just found out we have to pay a license to get it. Oh. Anyway, that's my headache. See you all later. Have an amazing day. Bye bye.